Zoom is sitting. I call on the Premier. I just came out of committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to lay on the table a proclamation by the governor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Premier.
Mr. Speaker, let me do that again. I move a motion to lay on the table the following document. Statutory Instrument 2022, number 95, a proclamation by the governor under Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007, appointing a time and place at which the 8th sitting of the 4th Mr. Speaker, I'll start over once more. My apologies. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to read the following proclamation by the governor under Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007, reappointing the time and place at which the 8th sitting of the 4th session of the 4th House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. Whereas it is provided by Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007, that the sessions of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held at such times and places as the governor, acting in accordance with the advice of the Premier, may appoint by proclamation published in the Gazette. Whereas by SI number 95 of 2022, the 8th sitting of the 4th session of the 4th House of Assembly was scheduled to be held at Save the Seed Energy Center, Duff's Bottom, Tortola at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 15th day of November 2022. And whereas the Premier has advised the governor to reschedule the date and place for the continuation of said sitting of the House of Assembly. Now therefore, I, John Rankin, CMG, Governor of the Virgin Islands, by virtue and in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007, do hereby appoint that the continuation of the 8th sitting of the 4th session of the 4th House of Assembly shall be held at the Financial Services Resource Center, Pasay Estate, Tortola at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 24th day of November 2022, 24th day of November 2022, and the members of the House of Assembly and all His Majesty's officers are hereby required to take due notice and govern themselves accordingly, given under my hand and the public seal at the Governor's office in Tortola in the Virgin Islands, this 24th day of November 2022, and in the first year of His Majesty's reign. God save the King.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
I call on the Premier to pass out a motion. Motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion that Joanne Roberts be sworn in as the Attorney General.
Speaker. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion has been seconded. I call on the clerk. A motion has been moved to swear in the Speaker. Those in favor? The Acting Attorney General, those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the clerk.
I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successor, according to law.
Can be seated. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Liquor License Act 2022 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Liquor License Act 2022 be read a third time and pass as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Liquor License Act 2022 be read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Liquor Licenses Act 2022.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time. I'll now give the objects and reasons. Mr. Speaker, as part of its continuous review and reform of financial services legislation, the Financial Services Commission drafted amendments to the Banks and Trust Companies Act, which are now reflected in the provisions of the bill. The bill includes provisions that take into account related and more extensive proposed amendments to the Financial Services Commission Act 2001 relating to the Commission's resolution powers. In addition, the bill encompasses recommendations made by the Group of Finance Center Supervisors in its 2020 assessment report of the territory's level of compliance with the GIFCS standard on the regulation of trust and corporate service providers. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides new definitions of principal office and bank resolution. The bill further provides for the creation of a bridge bank to temporarily take over and maintain all or certain assets, operations, and liabilities of a failed bank as part of the resolution process with respect to the failed bank. As part of the process of ensuring financial stability and effectively safeguarding the territory's economic perimeter, the Commission is empowered to designate a bank as a systematically important bank. A systematically important bank is a bank whose failure will or is likely to trigger a financial crisis, whether within or outside the territory. These measures are designed to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in properly handling any financial crisis that may arise in relation to a licensed bank, which has the potential to lead to the failure of such bank, thereby leading to financial stability concerns. Mr. Speaker, in that context, therefore, the bill makes provisions detailing issues governing the exercise by the Commission of powers relating to bank resolution, functioning of a bridge bank, and designation of banks as systematically important in doing so. The bill recognizes the powers also exercisable by the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation under the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation Act 2013 in relation to a bank, while acknowledging that the Commission may, where it considers it to be necessary in the public interest and to safeguard the interests of depositors and maintain financial stability, place one of its licensee banks into resolution. Mr. Speaker, further amendments have been effected to clauses 4 and 7 of the Banks and Trust Companies Act to ensure that as part of the process of granting a license to a bank, an undertaking is made to provide the Commission with a copy of the policy of insurance deposit issued by the VIDIC. Existing banks are required to similarly provide the Commission with their policy of deposit insurance within a specified time frame after the coming into force of the VIDIC Act. We note that the VIDIC Act makes it an offense for failure to have such policy of deposit insurance. Mr. Speaker, Clause 7 also introduces a new obligation whereby a licensee who receives an audit report that is qualified or contains any emphasis of a matter within the report to immediately notify the Commission of that fact. This will enable the Commission to take an early review of the audit report for purposes of assessing risk and any related matter. The final clause recognizes and amends the change structure whereby appeals relating to decisions of the Commission are dealt with by the Independent Financial Services Appeal Board established under the Financial Services Appeal Board Act 2016. Accordingly, honorable members of the House of Assembly are kindly requested to consider and approve the bill herein. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
I thank you. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here and I listen to the Premier as he read the bill, I can't help but make a note of the fact that we are living in a community, a very small community, and we come here repeatedly with these sophisticated bills regarding banking and the matters that really impact the people of the territory. As far as banking goes, no one is prepared to address. And if you walk the streets, you hear it repeatedly how the banks are not responding to the needs of the people of this territory. But yet, we're talking about instituting legislation that would make certain banks too big to fail. I can recall recently hearing about HSBC, Mr. Speaker, in a time when they were involved with laundering hundreds of billions of dollars for some drug lord. And when the time came for prosecution, you know what they told the U.S. Attorney General? Told him to stand down because HSBC is too big to fail. Here we are thinking along the same lines, Mr. Speaker. But that's beside the point as far as I am concerned. I know we live in a society where finances and financial services is the name of the day. And without financial services, we will have no government, because to tell me that we got $202 million worth of financial services directly into our coffers of a budget of $430 million, no one can afford to lose that. So we will do whatever is necessary in order to make sure that those revenues come into our coffers. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a conscience. And that conscience is to serve the people of this territory. When the banks are foreclosing on our properties, our people's properties, when the banks are refusing to finance the projects or the debt that we are in, forgive some of the debt or give us some holiday on the debt in favor of foreclosure, the government has a responsibility to step in. Say something, do something. It's not happening. I'm not here standing telling you that I am not going to put my name and signature next to this bill today. What I'm here telling you is that I need to see action taken against these banks to make themselves, to put themselves in a position to facilitate the needs of our people. And until that time comes, Mr. Speaker, I'll be raising my voice every time I see one of these bills come before us. Every time. And there is no hesitation. As we go through the day, Mr. Speaker, you will notice how amenable we are to facilitate the needs of financial services. This bill went through the normal process. had a first reading. It's now having the second and third readings. Normal. But that's not true for the whole sitting for the dead, Mr. Speaker. It's not true for the dead. Not before long we will have a bill that's coming here for first, second, and third reading. And we do it because we understand. We understand that our economy is tied to the business of financial services. We understand that. And there are times when these things has to be done. But we can no longer continue to turn a blind eye on our banks. No. Our people are like sheep, being led to the slaughter when it comes to banks. They have no choice, absolutely no choice. The big banks have pulled out from the Virgin Islands because of de-risking. You can't find a Scotia Bank. You can't find a Barclays Bank. They pulled out. We're too small. And in came the other banks that are here, and they're squeezing us, squeezing our people. We don't have a choice. What else are you going to do? Can't keep your money in the mattress for too long. Doesn't grow interest, and your neighbor might steal it. So we're stuck with the banks. But somebody has to step in and right that wrong. There's a wrong going on with the banks in this territory. And every time you bring a bill here that says bank, I'm going to remind you there's a wrong going on in this territory with the banks. This financial services has a responsibility to regulate those banks. And whatever is not right is their duty to fix. I'm not an expert in banking. The guy who owned the grocery store is not an expert in banking. What he does know is that he's being squeezed. I go to a funeral, and I come out after the funeral service, and I come out in the parking lot, somebody's going to meet me. Fraser, what y'all going to do with these banks? They're squeezing us. They're squeezing us. I said, well, you're talking about something that took place in 2017 with Hurricane Irma? You still dealing with that today? Yeah, they're squeezing us. The banks are lying to their clients, Mr. Speaker. They tell you one thing and they do something totally different. You're sitting before the officer, he's telling you something or she's telling you something, it sounds good. That's exactly why I came here. I got what I wanted. You leave the bank and they squeeze you. Who do you go to? Who do you go to? That's what the FSC, that's their responsibility. And if they fail, the minister responsible for finance is supposed to make sure that they don't fail the people. So, anytime coming here, pass these sophisticated pieces of legislation that has been generated, initiated by some international institution, whether it's OECD or whomever, we're just pawns right now as far as this piece of legislation is concerned. We're just pawns. Pass it. You don't have a choice. If you don't pass it, well, something is going to happen with FATA. No. Take care of my people first, and then we'll take care of you. On the international scene, take care of my people first. These little people here who are being squeezed by the banks, let's take care of them first. I asked a question some time back whether or not All National Bank, the National Bank of the Virgin Islands, which is owned by the government, would ever consider some form of forgiveness of debt. That has gone nowhere. No one has responded to me on that request. No one has even said to me, well, listen, look, this is what our books are saying. We can't do it. Yet we took $40 million from Social Security. $40 million, took. And I want you to show me 1 penny of that $40 million, 1 cent of that $40 million right now. Show it to me. Where is it? It just gone, push, $40 million. Social Security is down $40 million. But at the same time, you can't throw something in the direction of those poor borrowers from the bank who got suckered. And by the way, let me repeat my position on that $40 million. The government should pay that money back to Social Security. That money belongs to the people. That $40 million, they should borrow that money and not take it. And I'm going to sing that song just like I'm singing the same song about reparations. I'm going to sing that song just like I'm singing the same song about self-determination. I'm going to continue to sing it until I have no voice. Put that $40 million back in Social Security. It's not the government's money. It belongs to the people. There is a facility where the government can borrow up to 30% of the, it's not 30%, some higher percent, like 70% of the Social Security's portfolio. 70? Yeah. And of the portfolio. So let's borrow the money if we need money. Stop taking money like that. But where you need to put money is in the bank so that people can get some form of relief. The banks are still taking people's property. And we can do something about it. So, Mr. Speaker, with that said, I just hope that someone's listening, and those who are hearing, those who are in a position to do something about these things will take heed and do it in the best interest of the people, the customers of the banks in the territory, and have a stern discussion with the banks about the way they're dealing with our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you, Honorable Fraser, Leader of Opposition, a member of the 3rd District. Seeing no, I recognize the member of the 2nd District, Honorable Turnbull, Minister of Natural Resources and Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to be back in the Virgin Islands and to be back in the hallowed walls of this House of Assembly, where I stand to now give my contributions under this bill that has been introduced by the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance. And I want to say greetings to the wonderful people of the 2nd District and the wider Virgin Islands. I am back from Egypt. The member that spoke before me stated this earlier this morning before we started, that I am an Egyptian. I think I would agree with him. We are all from our motherland in Africa, so I accept. Mr. Speaker, this bill before us, the Premier went through the objects and reasons, and it's a bill that, in reading it, you get to understand what the Financial Services Commission is trying and hoping to achieve as it works in tandem with the deposit insurance that we have now enacted in this territory. So we are protecting the investments and the deposits of the persons in these Virgin Islands as it relates to the monies that they would have in the financial banking institutions. Mr. Speaker, coming from my former background, the FDIC insurance, I used to say when I was training people in money management and investments, I used to say to them that when they asked about, what happens if the banks here go belly up, and that was around the time of 2007, 2008, when in the United States you had the collapsing of the economy and the banking sector in the United States of America, when persons started asking, well, I have some money down in this bank and that bank, and this a U.S. bank, so I know FDIC insurance. And Mr. Speaker, I used to have to tell them for their education, I think the closest part of the U.S. Virgin Islands to the BVI would have been St. John. So whatever bank that is on St. John, that's where FDIC insurance would stop, because at that time, and even until or before the deposit insurance came into place, there was no sort or form of protection for the people of the Virgin Islands here relating to the monies or investments or savings that they would have been able to accumulate and put in trust to these financial institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, I am understanding and appreciative of the works done and being done and continue to be executed by the Financial Services Commission as the regulator. And I want to continue to applaud them for continuing to be the armor bearers, so to speak, of our territory in being able to produce 60 cents of every dollar that we have budgeted in this territory from a revenue standpoint. I want to commend Mr. Baker and his team for consistently leading the charge through the former leadership that they had of a man by the name of Dr. Robert Matavias, who, Mr. Speaker, built this house that we have called Financial Services in the British Virgin Islands, and all the employees and all the staff that make contributions, and all the persons, Mr. Speaker, who are in that industry of financial services amidst the challenges where there is a moving goalpost basically every day, amidst the difficulties that they may find themselves in, trying to avoid this blacklist and gray list and different things, Mr. Speaker, and amidst all the challenges and forces that come because they may feel that what we have been able to develop over some 30 plus years in this territory, in their minds is too good for us. And we shouldn't be able to continue in this vein. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear that I appreciate and support the works of the individuals that are behind and work in through, including the board, for the Financial Services Commission. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't help but listen keenly to the honorable member for the 3rd District and leader of the opposition. He touched on a few points that seems like he was in my head or in my notes, but I think it is just a similarity in terms of thought. Because, Mr. Speaker, what I am challenged by is, while we continue to do what is necessary in terms of regulating and making sure and trying to ensure that the banks are fit and proper and able to sustain themselves and able to be able to pay the depositors that they have. I think, if I remember correctly, back in 2012, 2013, we had done a study privately to assess the amount of money in savings accounts in banks in the BVI by the persons here in this territory. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, it was about estimated around a little over $2 billion that we had in banks here in the BVI. But my challenge comes where, while we are regulating and ensuring that they can also be able to pay back the depositors and ensure that the two pieces of legislation now would work in tandem and work cohesively, Mr. Speaker, the challenge that I have is, there was a piece of legislation brought and passed through this House as it relates to the money services. And those money services that deals with transfers, that a tax was put on persons initially of, I think it was 7%. And Mr. Speaker, I remember being at that time on the other side of the aisle, but always on the side of the people, lending my voice to state that I didn't agree with it at all, because from what I understood and what I believed in my heart of hearts was that money was already taxed. So the monies that they are transferring, persons that live among us and work among us, who have families and loved ones in the regional Caribbean and even abroad, we were giving them an additional tax on monies that they have already previously paid tax on, and I was not at that time in agreement with it. We have since, Mr. Speaker, through negotiations and strong conversation, Mr. Speaker, I missed that debate, but I want to ensure that I put it on the record that I was still, since May 5th, and I think that legislation was passed in around the end of June, thereabout, I was lobbying when I became Minister now for Natural Resources and Labor. We were lobbying, and I was lobbying to ensure that the tax was removed altogether. But Mr. Speaker, I was not successful because in negotiations, you don't always get what you want, but you got something, and we were able to come to some sort of compromise, Mr. Speaker, and reduce the percentage from 7% to 3.5%. But Mr. Speaker, I believe the importance of me drawing reference to that particular situation and legislation, Mr. Speaker, is one that I am now going to challenge the Financial Services Commission. I'm going to challenge us as government, and I'm going to challenge, Mr. Speaker, even the banks. Because when that original piece of legislation for money services came about, I said then in the debate, Mr. Speaker, that we are looking at putting additional taxes on the backs of the people. And these are the people who are in the working class, who are carrying our economy, who are helping to provide for these families, Mr. Speaker, whether you want to feel or believe or accept the fact that they are here in this territory and they are our brothers and sisters, and the fact that our forefathers, my grandfathers, Mr. Speaker, both went to different islands and different places to provide and send money back home for their families, for my parents, Mr. Speaker, it is no different now. But I asked the question then, Mr. Speaker, why are we not looking at the banks? Because when you talk about money transfer, we have never been able to have the courage, I will use that word, to approach these banking institutions who transfer. We look at money services and the institutions of Western Union and MoneyGram and some of the other ones to the Dominican Republic, and we look at them and we talk about these millions of dollars and 6 million here and 5 million here. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at the banks and the money that they wire and transfer on a daily basis, the monies through these agencies that I just mentioned a while ago is pitons, peanuts. But we're not addressing them. And Mr. Speaker, that's the challenge I have. The challenge I have is that we need to have these tough conversations. We need to have these tough decisions. And Mr. Speaker, while it is our right to protect the investments of the people, what is our right to ensure that the investments made on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands that we are responsible for, it is also our right, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that what we are doing, these types of initiatives, we are doing it across the board and not afraid to have these difficult conversations. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you looked at United States, and at that time I was affiliated with Bank of America and Citigroup, and you heard them say this bank and this bank is too big to fail. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that any bank or any institution or any body, for that matter of fact, is too big to be challenged. Because if it's good enough to be put on our people, it should be good enough to put on the institutions who deal with the majority of it. And Mr. Speaker, I am challenging us to have another look. While working towards the deposit insurance, while working towards the regulating of this Banks and Trust Companies Act, financial services, those of us members of this honorable House and Government and National Unity, and any member of this House, Mr. Speaker, should have and be willing to have that conversation, that if we're going to do it for one, we have to do it for all. And I think if we look at it on a larger scale, the things that we were set out in the Money Services Act, Mr. Speaker, you would realize that those things, and those, I think it is now 9 or 10 different responsibilities within education and health and and lands and all the environment, Mr. Speaker, those aspects of the country will it be even more strengthened if we were able to have that conversation. We might not get the 7% from the banks, we might not get the 3.5%, but Mr. Speaker, not having the conversation gets us nothing. And I am saying we should be willing to have the courage to have the conversation. So while doing one part of it, because it helps on one aspect, Mr. Speaker, we can't choose what we want to do and leave out the rest. That's the point I'm making. If we're going to have a conversation, let's have a conversation that will be good for all the people of these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, and not the burden put on the hard-working persons who have and are providing for their families. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for the leader of the opposition spoke about Social Security money, and I don't think he was pointing any fingers, but as he said, is a small country, small territory, and sometimes when you say things without clarifying it, when we paint in the BVI, we don't like to use small brush because it takes too long. So you paint with a broad brush and everybody get a little dab, but Mr. Speaker, I have a problem there in that I don't want to be dab up. I need, what do you say when you're painting, you're cutting the corners, I want to make sure that the cut fit who it's supposed to fit, Mr. Speaker, because I also was not in favor of the $40 million from Social Security. My position on that stands on record. At that time, I was sitting next to the member and leader of the opposition. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, Social Security has been able to be as successful as it has been because we were not, and I said we meaning the elected officials were not able to interfere with its operations and the assets under its responsibility. And anytime you open that door, Mr. Speaker, that's when you create problems. Because that money, Mr. Speaker, was set up for the persons that have contributed to the workforce of this territory who have given, Mr. Speaker, I want us to realize and recognize, coming back from Egypt and hearing just the person who was responsible for driving 3 OT ministers around for 11 or 12 days, I think it was. And the driver is saying to us that, his salary on a monthly basis is $200 US, and his rent is $100 a month. But that's not too far from where you would hear our seniors who are retired now, who that same money in Social Security is able to make contributions on their behalf when they used to talk about working for $10 a month. The educators who used to walk from East End to West End and be on the boat to go from King Adam to Just Van Dyke or East End to Just Van Dyke and even Borgigata and Anigata, you hear them talk about $10 and $5. And some of the seniors that I spend time with, one of whom will tell you they worked at the hospital for some 18.5 years, walking down Harrigan Hill every day in the afternoon as a nursing assistant. And she's now collecting, after 18.5 years, helping to deliver babies and take care of persons, or retirement benefit, Mr. Speaker, is only $160 a month. So, Mr. Speaker, these are things that we have to have the hard conversations about. But I go back and I pivot to my original stand, which is simply that I support this piece of legislation, but I will not rest unless I challenge us to have those difficult conversations, those meaningful conversations, because I believe in my heart of hearts, Mr. Speaker, and everything within me, that all that we have in this territory to do what we need to do for generations yet to come, the resources that is needed is right here in this territory. We just must be willing to have the courage, to have the fortitude, and to have the vision, Mr. Speaker, to be able to have those conversations, make those decisions, and execute the plans on behalf of the people of these Virgin Islands. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you, Honorable Turnbull, Minister of Natural Resources and Labor. I recognize the Honorable Member Calvin Malone, Territorial Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me just a brief moment to lend support to the bill. I was reading it with interest because the objects and reasons, as was stated by the Premier, but there were some areas that caught my interest. In the last paragraph of the objects and reasons, it states that these provisions of the bill, if adopted, will enhance the territory's ability to effectively deal with potential crises that may arise in relation to any of the licensed banks. In the definition of what we have, in fact, if I go back to the objects and reasons also, in the first part of it, as part of the continual review and reform of the territory's financial services legislation, this bill seeks to amend the Banks and Trust Company Act. It provides in Clause 2 new definitions on principal bank and bank resolution, creation of a bridge bank in relation to a failed bank, and empowering the Financial Services Commission as part of the process of ensuring financial stability and effectively safeguarding the territory's economic perimeter, to designate a bank as a systematically important bank. These measures are designed to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in properly handling any crisis that may arise in relation to a licensed bank, which has the potential to lead to the failure of such bank. Now, in the definition of what is a bridge bank under Section 2, A, subsection I or 1, Roman number 1, it says a bridge bank means a bank that is licensed under Section 4, subsection 4, to temporarily take over and maintain all or certain assets, operations, and liabilities of a failed bank as part of these resolution process with respect to the failed bank. And the systematically important bank means a bank whose failure as such will or is likely to trigger a financial crisis, whether within or outside the Virgin Islands, or both. And in Section 8, it says that a bank shall be treated as a failed bank if the Commission forms the view, upon assessment, that the bank is unable to pay its liabilities as they fall due or has stopped making payments to its depositors. Now, if these measures were not in place before, then it is timely that they are. So this is why I have no problem in supporting what it is. And when you look at the occurrences that the entire world is faced with, I don't know, beginning, you have the wars, you have the pandemics that are taking different strains, and every time you turn around. There was a new close down, and although is not as prevalent as a year ago, the fact is that these viruses, these pandemics, or the particular tracing of what is creating major disturbances throughout the globe. If you look at the price of heating, the price of oil, the price of just keeping a family together, it is a daunting task that the world itself is facing, and no less is the Virgin Islands. And when you look at the financial collapse the other day, because it says that one guy, I think they say he lost over $45 billion within a particular short period. Are these banks invested there? Where are these investments? Because it's always amazing. We speak of when we take monies out, say from Social Security, and we invest it in our people, we seem to have a problem with that. I don't. If it's done properly, accountability, transparency, and what have you. As I have said before, I have no problem with it, because when you read throughout the world, Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, and you look at first world, second world, third world countries, they are pouring billions and trillions of dollars into helping its citizens go through these trying periods. And no less here, we have an issue where folks are calling in and they were promised relief from electricity surcharges. Some are saying they have it. Some are saying they can't see it. I don't know where the facts lie, but November and December, whether or not as a country we'll be able to carry it further is basically critical for those persons who at the end of December still would not be able to meet their daily living expenses. It is not going to stop, because when you look at the price, I find myself, for instance, you go to one gas station and they tell you that the regular gas price is $5.65, and you remember that up the road it was $4.65. I had to put back on my lid, start up my car, and go to the guy for $4.65. You understand me? Now, at the end of the day, I saw in one of the Facebook stuff, it had a new mode of transportation, which, because you see, when things of old come back to you, it comes back as new. So this guy had a cart, he had a donkey, and it was a new mode of transportation. So I wrote that it is excellent on a gallon of water. So at the end of the day, you have to find means in which you can go through this. But when you put your money in the bank and you have to worry about whether it is there tomorrow because they collapse because of investments that you may have made, they, not you, they would have made in other areas, other lands, other places, then you have to be wary of the fact that what happens there, this is why I tend to read a whole lot as to what is happening throughout the world, because it happens here. In fact, it used to be that it will be years before we feel the effect of it. But someone with a cough in China is closing down BVI within a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So when you hear that they are continuing to close down their particular citizens and the areas, and they have revolts because of it, and you know that just a year and a half ago, that would have seemed simple, save for the fact that it closes down not too long after. The banks are in trouble all over the world. So we have to be mindful because we have international banks. And what happened wherever it is, some of them are up for sale as we speak. And not because they want to cash in because things are so great, you sell when you're on a high. They're selling when they're low. So they can't fetch the kind of price that they would have liked. So we have to be mindful of this. And as I'm saying, say for the Social Security, of which we speak about all the time, they are investing all over the world. So this is why I don't mind investments here, in the Virgin Islands, in our people. And when you will hear about, quote unquote, the losses here in the Virgin Islands, but they don't tell you about how much they lose when the markets go down. I'm hoping that it isn't much. I'm hoping that, by the end of the year, because sometimes, you have ebbs and flows. You have, it's up today, down tomorrow, settling next year, and hopefully if you hold it long enough, it will rise to the top, and you'll get the benefit of the investments. So we have to be mindful, and we cannot be too hard on investing in your people. People are given, USVI got $4 billion. All you had to do was to make sure, what would it be? $10 billion. We got a COI and a promise of a guarantee. If you let them spend it and we pay it back. Where's the equity? Where's the equity? We have to fend for ourselves. And if we go to help our people, if anybody misuse it, well, deal with them. But I'm going to stand in defense of the people who justly receive assistance. I have no problem with it. And if we can extend the subsidy a little more, because being finance minister today ain't easy. You have to make money. And I don't know, Rumpelstiltskin did it, so the finance minister can do it too. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Malone. I recognize Honorable Vincent Whitley, member of the 9th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say just a few brief words on this bill, Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022. Mr. Speaker, this bill was first introduced back in 1990. And if you look at they didn't have the objects and reasons then, but if you look at the first clause, it says, an act to provide for the licensing and control of banking business and trust business and related matters. It sounds so simple, like it's no big deal. Mr. Speaker, we've come here from time to time to pass legislation as it relates to financial services. And like I said before, one of the reasons why we have to do it is though we are a relatively small country, we do right now the constitutional review, and person often referring to the 30,000 population the BVI has. But despite the small size of the BVI, we do play a global and a major role globally. The impact of what happens here in the BVI is not just about us. And I'll come to that point again afterwards. It's about the impact of what happens here in the BVI on the rest of the world. We had a report very recently from a company called Pragmatics. And in that report, the gentleman pointed out, that the BVI supports 2.3 million jobs worldwide. The BVI, Financial Services, the activities we do here in the BVI supports 2.3 million jobs worldwide. Now, Mr. Speaker, you've already referred to several times. We had all these global things, but the question often comes down to what does it mean for the regular man on the ground here. I think why sometimes persons don't even tune into some of these discussions because they don't see how it relates to them. I saw one company had as their logo, think globally, but act locally. I think, Mr. Speaker, we have to almost turn it around. Think locally while acting globally. If you're doing all these big things and supporting everybody else, why a person is still disgruntled, frustrated, concerned about the light bills, concerned about water bills, concerned about this and that. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, a lady who I knew very well, her husband died. And I hadn't heard about the funeral, so I called her one day. I said, your husband died, I haven't heard anything about the funeral. She said to me, well, things are tight. So we just had a cremation, there was no service, no ceremony. I said, oh, interesting. So we started chit-chatting. And I ended up asking her, well, what kind of money are you living on? She said, well, I'm retired now. All I get is Social Security. I said, well, how much is that? She said, $300 a month. That's her only source of income. $300. So I understand when persons are saying, yes, we're doing these big things, but we are missing a whole segment of our population who are living in dire straits. And some persons are complaining about their light bill being $300 for some person as their entire income. She hasn't gone to the shop to buy anything to eat yet. But nonetheless, we still have to come here and deal with the reality of the BVI being a major player in the international arena. Compliance. We have our OECD, FATH, all these companies here looking at the BVI and what you're doing, making sure you're not doing any kind of funny business. So we have to be very compliant, and from time to time, we must come to the House and pass this kind of legislation, whether we like it or not. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is, while we're doing this major global things, let's also make sure we aren't looking over our people's heads and bypassing our people with these major things here to where they themselves can't see the benefit in their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, we're doing the constitutional review meetings around the territory. And I listen to some and I attend some, and it's amazing what you hear. Mr. Speaker, we have to bring out a rigorous education campaign. I don't think our people understand enough how this territory functions, how our institutions function, how our constitution relates to their everyday lives. Yes, it was a real pleasure to go to the schools and have a chat with the students. To ask you questions about how is the House of Assembly put together. What I'm finding though is the young people to me are showing a lot more interest now than I've seen in the past. I see even in Virginia tonight they have a group, they have a meeting called the Constitutional Party, where all the girls get together as young persons and read the Constitution and see what they can make of it, how to participate, how it's going to affect my life today and tomorrow. Because it's very, very important that they understand, because this constitutional review is about them, their generation, not ours. So, Mr. Speaker, I just rise to support this bill here. Again, while reminding us that while we're acting globally, let's not forget to think locally and also to act locally. Our people are depending on us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Amber Wheatley, member of the 9th District. Seeing no one else to debate I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think members had some things that they wanted to get off their chest, Mr. Speaker. And we can't underestimate the power of the season that we're entering into. Talking season. And so members were in rare form, and the House of Assembly was a stage. And we'll see how much more that we have today, Mr. Speaker, because we're trying to get through this sitting all today. And we have a number of other bills to consider. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you allowed them a little space to be on the stage, but very little of it was on the bill itself. And we accept that, Mr. Speaker. But the great irony in some of what I heard, Mr. Speaker, in terms of not looking out for the people's interests, is that we are doing something with the passage of this legislation and other pieces of legislation to come that's safeguarding the people's interests that have not been looked after for the whole time we have banks here in the BVI. And I think we have a responsibility when we get up here, Mr. Speaker, to explain to the people what it is we're doing here. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that all the depositors, these people who, and our people do business with the bank. Mr. Speaker, I heard the leader of the opposition with the mattress story, but our people have some money in the bank. We do business with the bank. And that's why we're complaining about how full the bank is at any given moment. We have loans with the bank, we have deposits with the bank. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that right now if you have a failure of the bank, and you know these global financial crises that we have, you can always have a bank failure. That's nothing strange in today's world. You know, you hear it on the news, you see what's happening around the world all the time. A bank failing is nothing strange. But do you know that currently, if a bank fails, all of that money that you have in the bank is lost? And who has allowed it to be so up until this point? Were we looking out for the people's interest in allowing an honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Labor spoke about it? You go to places like the United States and you have deposit insurance, meaning that the bank has to insure a certain amount of money for, on behalf of the depositors. Whether it's a fraction or whether it's the whole amount, Mr. Speaker, right now is zero. You get it? So I think this is a step in the right direction. It's something that we've been working towards. And we have other pieces of legislation that will come because a number of pieces of legislation had to be amended to be able to accommodate it. So now the depositors will have some level of security. And that is looking out for the interests of the people. Now I understand Social Security and all of those, perhaps maybe we can have those debates at another time. I know there are a number of other grievances that we have in terms of looking out for the people. And Mr. Speaker, I'm an advocate for looking out for the people. That's why I'm here. That's why we are here. We're here because we want to fix the system and we want to do all we can. And we have to discuss ways in which we can make improvements to the system we have. Okay? And that's what we're here to do. As it pertains to financial services, yes, there is some correlation because, of course, all of those banks regulated by Financial Services Commission and many of the international rules that we have, etc., play a role. We have mutual evaluation coming up next year. We're preparing for it. We are today passing some legislation in order for us to do well in our mutual evaluation, to be able to ensure that we have measures in place to mitigate risk as it pertains to anti-money laundering, to counter terrorist financing, proliferation, etc. And sometimes when I listen to persons speak about what we have to do in financial services, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if persons are happy to have the financial services industry here. And if we don't want it here, we can give it away to another jurisdiction. They'll gladly take it. If we don't like that over $200 to $215 million that helps to pay everybody's salaries, well, let's just, if it's too much trouble to ask to come here and to do the legislation, we can do that, Mr. Speaker. But as far as I understand, the money that we have in the same bank we're talking about, the financial services industry has a lot to do with it. And we must do all we can to protect it and to grow it and to get more money out of the industry. And the way in which we are able to help persons meet their needs, we have to be able to find ways through the same financial services money that we're getting to be able to do that. And yes, we know, it's a difficult task to make sure that the money hits the target, but that's what we're here for. I have confidence that we have the skills, the knowledge to be able to come up with the programs, to come up with the initiatives, the activities to make sure that the money hits the targets. It's no easy task, but we have to grow that money. I think financial services has really done its part. We have to diversify the economy as well. We have to grow the revenue. This debate will come up with a budget, and we have to find ways to address the many challenges that our people have. And I'm confident we'll be able to do that, so Mr. Speaker. So like I said, we have a number of other bills to consider today. I'm hopeful that we can get through all of it today, and I'm hoping that we can be very efficient and economical and also very accurate in being able to explain to the people who are listening what it is we're seeking to do in the House today. And then, of course, any other business is just around the corner, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
And thank you, Honorable Premier. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shall be entitled Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022.
Pursuant to Standard Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider clause by clause. This House is now in committee.
the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another one that give my other paper away. That's other paper. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022 has passed through committee without amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time. I will now read the objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, the Financial Services Commission, as part of its continuous review of financial services legislation, drafted the bill to address developments within the financial services sector. The bill essentially seeks to effect necessary amendments to the Financial Services Commission Act, with a principal aim of expanding the functions of the Commission to promote financial stability and empower it to issue disqualification orders against directors and other senior officers of entities operating under financial services legislation, namely BVI business companies and limited partnerships. It also aims to streamline the relationship between the Commission and the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation in relation to financial institutions, specifically banks, that may be in financial distress and unable to pay all their depositors. This cooperative relationship is considered fundamental to maintaining financial stability. Madam Speaker, the bill also establishes a cooperation regime with other domestic competent authorities, similar to the regime that currently exists in relation to foreign competent authorities. Such a regime is considered important as a mechanism to foster and strengthen not only the Commission's regulatory, supervisory, compliance, and international cooperation obligations, but also to aid other domestic competent authorities and law enforcement agencies in the efficient and effective discharge of their functions. In addition, the bill empowers the Commission to initiate and undertake resolution proceedings against any licensee that is in financial distress, to assist the Commission in making informed decisions on whether or not to initiate and undertake resolution proceedings against a licensee. The bill outlines numerous factors in a new Section 33F under Clause 10 that the Commission may take into account. In this vein, the Commission is required to determine which licensees are systematically important to the financial stability of the territory and take appropriate steps for compliance in such manner as may be provided in the regulatory code. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the bill requires the Commission to establish a register of directors and senior officers of licensees and grants power to the Commission in relation to disqualifying such directors and senior officers for misbehavior considered not to be compatible with the conduct of financial services business. In that context, the Commission is required to establish a register of disqualified persons. In a similar vein, where the Commission requires the removal of an employee of a licensee, or where, on its own motion, it suspends or withdraws approval of an employee of a licensee, it shall ensure that details relating to the employee are entered in the register of restricted and prohibited persons to be established in accordance with Section 40D of the Act. This will enable the Commission to keep track of persons who have either been removed by licensees or suspended or had their approval withdrawn by the Commission. Madam Speaker, the bill also makes provision regarding the confidentiality of compliance inspection reports and empowers the Commission to determine the frequency at which compliance inspections of licensees should be conducted. Madam Speaker, the bill introduces the concept of a rehabilitator. This is a person that the Commission may appoint to take over and direct the affairs of a licensee in circumstances where the licensee is in some form of financial distress or without the need for initiating and undertaking resolution proceedings against the licensee. It is essentially a midway solution designed to allow a licensee in financial distress to be rescued to ensure its financial viability. The rehabilitator will be answerable to the Commission in the discharge of his or her functions and may exercise powers to the exclusion of the management of a licensee. However, in relation to a licensee that is a bank, these measures are subject to cooperation with the VIDIC, and where necessary, acting in accordance with any directions the VIDIC may give with respect to the bank. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the bill places an obligation on a licensee, in addition to notifying the Commission of any fraud that may have been committed by its employee in relation to the licensee's customer, as is the current law, to also notify the customer of such fraud and advise on the steps being taken to address the fraud, including the measures put or to be put in place to prevent a reoccurrence of the fraud. The fraud may relate to the customer's accounts or other matter with respect to the business relationship between the customer and the licensee. This obligation, it is hoped, would serve as a deterrent to inappropriate interference with customers' accounts with licensees, in addition to the consequences that flow from such interference. Madam Speaker, the bill also repeals the provisions in the Act on authorized and recognized custodians. That's in relation to bearer shares. This is due to the Commission's decision to abolish the bearer shares regime established under the BVI Business Companies Act 2004. Given the challenges faced with maintaining the regime and the fact that custodians do not find it to be a viable revenue-generating regime, the Commission considers it in the best interest of the territory to bring the regime to an end. In addition, Madam Speaker, the bill provides a number of streamlining measures designed to ensure synergy between some of the provisions or simply modernizing some. Accordingly, honorable members of the House of Assembly are kindly invited to consider and approve the bill in order to strengthen the territory's regulatory and supervisory regime in the area of financial services business. And Madam Speaker, I'll just close by saying we just consider the banks and trusts, the banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022, where we dealt with the Deposit Insurance and the Deposit Insurance Corporation. This bill as well deals with the deposit insurance, as well as the bill that will follow this one, Insolvency Amendment Act. Madam Speaker, we also have changes in here to accommodate other changes that we have been making to the financial services legislation. Some of it in relation to, of course, our preparation for our mutual evaluation and being able to meet the obligations under the FATF and other international bodies. And so this is in keeping with, as I closed off saying, strengthening our regulatory and supervisory regime, keeping our financial services sector strong, vibrant, responsive to the needs of the sector, as well as accommodating this Virgin Islands deposit insurance that we've spoken about previously. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of the members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion on this bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Yes, I call on the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. I see. Given that the members do not wish to debate, I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their silent support of the bill, their silence. Their silence I certainly interpret to be their full endorsement of the bill, as the Leader of the Opposition just stated. And certainly, Madam Speaker, just for the benefit of the public, the three bills we're dealing with be dealing with similar situations, and therefore, Madam Speaker, it's no use in repeating ourselves because, of course, we are accommodating for the deposit insurance along with perhaps a few other things. And I thank the members for their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as a Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to report that the bill entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Thank you.
I second motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Thank you. Honorable members, I note that we're about to take a lunch break, but before we do so, I wish to read a notice received from the Honorable Member of the 1st District for the record and in your hearing. And I read the letter as follows. First, I must once again congratulate you as you serve our Virgin Islands in the capacity as Speaker of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. It is indeed a privilege, no matter the capacity, to serve the people of the Virgin Islands, especially as a member of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. For this, we all will forever remain eternally grateful. Our foreparents have built our Virgin Islands through prayers to God, and like Moses, used the little that was in their hands en route to the Promised Land. They accomplished plenty. They built the prosperous and beautiful Virgin Islands as it is known today. As the journey continues today, our Virgin Islands, especially through the House of Assembly, must continue to do like our foreparents, learn from the mistakes of the past while embracing the challenges of the present and thereby turning them into opportunities for the present and future generations. Also learn to pause at times and celebrate the victories along the way. The way forward at times may result in debates on which is the most effective methodology. However, as long as everyone in the Virgin Islands stays connected to the common thread, which is love for God, love for the Virgin Islands, and thereby striving for what is best for the Virgin Islands, then and only then, in spite of any delays or shortcomings or minute differences, the bright and prosperous future of the modern-day Virgin Islands, filled with opportunities for the people of the Virgin Islands and all who call the Virgin Islands home, can never be denied. This calls for all to remain laser-focused on the areas that unite rather than those that divide, and allow God, through time, to do what only He does best with time, which is to be the only true and fair judge while healing all wounds. Through these efforts in the past, present, and future, allows the people of the Virgin Islands to keep their hope alive. Through these efforts, each citizen of the Virgin Islands, especially the very young citizens, can have a realistic dream now being realized in the future of becoming the next Speaker, Clerk, Attorney General, Director of Public Prosecution, elected official, Minister of Government, Premier, Governor, or Governor General, just to name a few. St. Luke chapter 1 verse 37 states it best, "For with God nothing shall be impossible." As the journey continues, our Virgin Islands must approach the future head-on, because the future is coming with or without our permission. Our foreparents clearly prepared the Virgin Islands for a time like now. They understood then what we now know, that the future belongs to the prepared, and once preparation meets opportunity, then the purposes of modern-day Virgin Islands will be birthed thereby, allowing nice, prosperous areas to be carved out for each citizen to be allowed the opportunity to thrive. Again, I reiterate, it is indeed a privilege, no matter the capacity, to serve the people of the Virgin Islands, especially as a member of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. Recently, this was most prevalent in the first quarter of 2020, during the early stages of COVID-19, the worst pandemic in the last 100 years, that came with great uncertainty and with no playbook. Through unity, we gained strength and saved many lives post the advent of the vaccines through our united efforts and prayers. For this, among other areas, we all will forever remain eternally grateful. So with a heart filled with gratitude and being respectfully mindful of your ruling conveyed in a previous sitting of the House of Assembly, in response to my 18 July 2022 correspondence to you on the matter of any further absenteeism on my part for future sittings, I, Andrew Alturu Foy, now respectfully take this time to officially inform you, Madam Speaker, through this written notice with effect from 24th November 2022, of my retirement from serving in the capacity as a member of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands and 1st District Representative, and from active politics at this time. Madam Clerk, Deputy Speaker, and all other members of the House of Assembly, you are all also duly officially informed via copy. I also take this time to acknowledge receipt of your 2nd September 2022 correspondence in response to my 18 July 2022 correspondence. Madam Speaker, I humbly and respectfully request of you to please officially convey my retirement that comes into effect from the 24th November 2022 to all the requisite authorities, especially to all members of the House of Assembly, as well as to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially my beloved people of the 1st District, on the floor of the House of Assembly via this letter, among other means you may deem appropriate. My deepest appreciation and love I express to all. May God forever bless the Virgin Islands and the people of the Virgin Islands, as our best days are yet ahead. Respectfully, Andrew A. Foy, Member of the House of Assembly. At this time, honorable members, we will take a recess for lunch break and return at 3:30 p.m. House is now in recess. This House now resumes its sitting. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had a very good lunch, and I personally don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but I must say I appreciate the pumpkin pie and the guava tart, Madam Speaker. But if persons notice that my suit is a little tighter than before, simply because of the nice lunch that we had. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time, and I will go ahead and give the objects and the reasons at this time. Madam Speaker, the principal aim of this short bill amending the Insolvency Act, Revised Edition 2020, is twofold. Firstly, it is designed to enable the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation, established under Section 3.1 of the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Act 2016, VIDI Act, to make an application to the High Court to appoint an eligible insolvency practitioner as a liquidator of a regulated person that is a bank. By virtue of Section 2.1 of the Financial Services Commission Act, Revised Edition 2020, a regulated person is any person who is licensed by the Financial Services Commission to carry on financial services business in and from within the Virgin Islands. The VIDIC, however, is empowered under the VIDI Act to only deal with banks that are licensed by the Commission in circumstances where any of such banks falls into financial distress or goes into resolution, a process involving an orderly winding down of a bank, including its liquidation and depositor reimbursement, transfer, and sale of assets and liabilities, establishment of a bridge bank, and the write-down of debt or conversion of debt to equity. Madam Speaker, in an effort to carry out its functions effectively, the VIDIC should, in addition to the powers conferred on it under the VIDI Act, deal with banks in financial distress or that go into resolution, have the independent power to apply to the High Court to appoint a licensed insolvency practitioner under the Insolvency Act to liquidate a bank. The bill achieves this by amending the relevant provisions of the Insolvency Act. In that context, therefore, the VIDIC should be able to apply for the appointment of an insolvency practitioner for purposes of putting the bank into liquidation. Conversely, the VIDIC would also be able to apply to the High Court to remove an insolvency practitioner appointed by the court. Madam Speaker, the second aim of the bill is to formally transfer the office of the official receiver from the Commission to the government. While the office is an independent one by virtue of the functions it performs under the Insolvency Act, the policy oversight responsibilities related to the office will fall to the government. When the Insolvency Act was enacted in 2003, the policy decision was taken that oversight responsibility for the office should fall to the Commission to incubate for a period and thus ensure the appropriate maturing of the office within the financial services industry over time. Madam Speaker, following discussions between the Ministry of Finance and the Commission, the Financial Services Commission, it has been agreed that the office can now be properly transferred to the government. Consequently, the government will assume administrative responsibility for the office and provide the necessary resources for the efficient and effective functioning of the office. As a result of these amendments, consequential amendments have been effected to the Insolvency Rules Revived Edition 2020. The Commission is expected to separately prepare and issue appropriate amendments to the Insolvency Code of Practice Revised Edition 2020 by virtue of the powers vested in it under Section 487(1) of the Insolvency Act Revised Edition 2020. Madam Speaker, the subsidiary instruments comprising of these consequential amendments will come into force at the same time as the coming into operation of this bill, as provided in Clause 1(2) of the
This House now resumes its sitting. I do apologize for the interruption as the feed went down. So at this time, I'll ask the Premier again to rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was told that the feed cut off in the middle of my discourse. I'll simply start again. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 be read a second time, and I will now read the objects and the reasons. Madam Speaker, the principal aim of this short bill, amending the Insolvency Act, Revised Edition 2020, is twofold. Firstly, it is designed to enable the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation, established under Section 3.1 of the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Act 2016, to make an application to the High Court to appoint an eligible insolvency practitioner as a liquidator of a regulated person that is a bank. By virtue of Section 2.1 of the Financial Services Commission Act, Revised Edition 2020, a regulated person is any person who is licensed by the Financial Services Commission to carry on financial services business in and from within the Virgin Islands. The VIDIC, however, is empowered under the VIDI Act to only deal with banks that are licensed by the Commission in circumstances where any of such banks falls into financial distress or goes into resolution, a process involving an orderly winding down of a bank, including its liquidation and depositor reimbursement, transfer and sale of assets and liabilities, establishment of a bridge bank, and a write-down of debt or conversion of debt into equity. Madam Speaker, in an effort to carry out its functions effectively, the VIDC should, in addition to the powers conferred on it under the VIDI Act, deal with banks in financial distress or that go into resolution, have the independent power to apply to the High Court to appoint a licensed insolvency practitioner under the Insolvency Act to liquidate a bank. The bill achieves this by amending the relevant provisions of the Insolvency Act. In that context, therefore, the VIDIC should be able to apply for the appointment of an insolvency practitioner for purposes of putting the bank into liquidation. Conversely, the VIDIC would also be able to apply to the High Court to remove any insolvency practitioner appointed by the court. Madam Speaker, the second aim of the bill is to formally transfer the office of the official receiver from the Commission to the government. While the office is an independent one by virtue of the functions it performs under the Insolvency Act, the policy oversight responsibilities related to the office will fall to the government once the bill is enacted and brought into force. When the Insolvency Act was enacted in 2003, the policy decision was taken that oversight responsibility for the office should fall to the Commission to incubate for a period and thus ensure the appropriate maturing of the office within the financial services industry over time. Madam Speaker, following discussions between the Ministry of Finance and the Commission, it has been agreed that the office can now be properly transferred to the government. Consequently, the government will assume administrative responsibility for the office and provide the necessary resources for the efficient and effective functioning of the office. As a result of these amendments, consequential amendments have been effected to the Insolvency Rules, Revised Edition 2020. The Commission is expected to separately prepare and issue appropriate amendments to the Insolvency Code of Practice, Revised Edition 2020, by virtue of the powers vested in it under Section 487(1) of the Insolvency Act, Revised Edition 2020. Madam Speaker, the subsidiary instruments comprising of these consequential amendments will come into force at the same time as the coming into operation of this bill, as provided for in Clause 1.2 of the bill. Madam Speaker, the bill also makes one other crucial amendment in Clause 14. Currently, Section 479 of the Insolvency Act requires that an insolvency practitioner who no longer wishes to continue practicing as such in the territory to surrender his or her license. Upon receipt of the surrendered license, the Commission will revoke the insolvency practitioner's license. Generally, the revocation of a license is attributed to enforcement action taken against a licensee. This may be viewed negatively against the holder of such a license when in fact a license has been voluntarily surrendered in compliance with the requirement of the law. Madam Speaker, the amendment proposed in the bill is simply to empower the Commission upon receipt of an insolvency practitioner's license to cancel the license as opposed to revoking it. Accordingly, the bill is commended to the honorable members of the House of Assembly for their consideration and approval as part of the territory's continual process of reviewing and modernizing its financial safety net regime. And Madam Speaker, as I said before, this, like the two bills that preceded it, all make accommodations for the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation, doing what is needed to be done to bring this entity into a reality and certainly help to protect the people of the Virgin Islands, particularly depositors who do business with our local banks. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of members on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Yes, the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that we started this process already, and I think it's important for me to still put on the record the words of support that I gave earlier before we were so abruptly cut off. As a technology man, I understand technology very clearly, and sometimes, as much as it's a good, it can sometimes cause major disruption. But it is here, and we have to use and abide with it. And I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to give my very brief contributions of support. Madam Speaker, we've been here whatever we have to do to preserve and maintain this very critical and vital industry to our survival here in the Virgin Islands. As we notice, the industry represents some $200+ million in revenues and countless numbers in terms of ancillary services and support services and support staffs as derived from the industry that helps to underpin and buttress a very strong and vibrant Viva economy. So, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to do what we can to preserve this industry, and today is no exception to the work that we've done in the past and other legislators have done in the past, and we continue to do now in the present, and I'm hopeful in the future we have the same unified approach to protect this industry and all industries to underpin the economy and the livelihood of the people of these Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this bill and the subsequent two bills have my very full, unwavering support. As I said, the specifics, I think the Premier outlined very well. All the other thing on the outskirts, we'll have another time for that discourse and that discussion, which I wouldn't raise at this time, Madam Speaker. But I think, as I raised earlier, there are two particular points that I wanted to raise, or one point that I wanted to raise, particularly in the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022. The Act seemed to define the registers in the Act, register of directors, register of persons who are disqualified for whatever reason, and it defines them within the Act, an official register. I believe it's a practice that we need to do more when we draft legislation in terms of the registers within those particular legislation. We saw the challenge that we faced through the discourse with the team that came before us with the Jury Act, particularly the ability to find qualified persons based on the fact that we don't have an official register, so to speak, and to really validate the information and the register. You have that in the voters list, where the voters list goes through a validation process. But the list of residents, the list of belongers, and the list of persons who are naturalized, there's not an official register that's established through statute. And I believe that is something that we need to look at going forward when we're doing legislation to ensure that we establish through statute properly for a register. It's good for statistics, it's good for decision making, it's good just to have a proper register to account on, to rely on, to say, look, this is an official record of the persons who have a particular status or who fall within a particular category. That's what modern societies do, modern democracies need to do, to ensure that we do proper record keeping and have proper information that is verifiable. And that is something I would suggest for us moving forward as a body, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I again support the bill. I support the bills before it. Before I take my seat, I want to commend the team at the Financial Services Commission. The team of hardworking men and women who have had the privilege to work alongside of for 15 years, Madam Speaker. Persons who, every time I sit where I sit today and I see the advancement of persons within an organization, and I say this with all sincerity, from the filing clerk up to the CEO, everyone play a critical role in the running of that organization. I remember in the early days when I came to the commission, we used to manually stamp every physical file, and I know some of the guys are still working with the commission today. Thousands of files a day, and a person might look at their job as being insignificant, but if those documents weren't stamped, those M&As weren't stamped, the process wasn't complete. So everyone plays an important role in the entire process. I know we have technology today that electronically, digitally stamped, but the role that those individuals, men and women, played during that period was critical to the running of the institution and the economy and the monies that came in as a result. So I want to really commend them for their effort. It's always good to see people like Glenn Ford, who now has ascended to Deputy Managing Director, someone whom we started together, and someone who has left him alone. And to see the way he speaks with authority, the way that his voice is respected, not just in the country, in the territory, but in the region, on matters related to financial services and related to the industry. And the others like Broderick and all the others who have we work closely with, and I could call names all day. But just to say I'm really proud on where we've come as an organization, as a territory, and the work that they've put in to really move this industry forward and really develop and grow this industry. And I can't leave without recognizing the former Managing Director, Dr. Art Matavius, for the work that he has done and the work, the labor of love that he has had to really bring the integrity and strengthen this industry and to develop individuals that he could leave and they could have 4, 5, 6, 7 other persons that are ready to take up the spot. It shows leadership. It speaks to a succession plan. It speaks to someone who is thinking beyond themselves and the position. I often say that Mr. McTavish, Dr. McTavish, is one of the country's greatest leaders. Not because he was any political leader, not because he built any big monument, but because he built people. Leadership is about empowering persons to be greater than themselves. And I'm proud to have been part of that process, and all the persons who I know came out under that process are too extremely proud of the legacy and have a responsibility to ensure that that legacy lives on and is carried on. So I think it was important for me as someone who has seen the process for 15 years, where it was then when I was there, and what it is today from where I sit in the cabinet when they come and present to the cabinet on their plans for expansion, the work that they continue to do. I stand proud of the people at that institution and the work that they've done and the work that they continue to do. So I think we need to commend them for their work and for their efforts. I know they're going through mutual evaluation that I think has in some ways started. I know the official process starts early in 2023. I wish them well in their process of ensuring that we continue to stay on the cutting edge, that we have a good assessment during that process. I encourage everyone who's part of the process to do your part, ensure that the BVI comes out with flying colors during this assessment, and ensure that we continue to keep and build the standard that we've set over the decades of financial services in this territory. So, Madam Speaker, again, I stand in full support, and I would again encourage all members to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the member for the 9th District, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I promise to be very short, but in the vein of where the member for the 8th left off, I'm going to pick up. Madam Speaker, the principal aim of this short bill, amending the Insolvency Act Revision Edition to 2020, is twofold. Firstly, it is designed to enable the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation, established under Section 3.1 of the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Act 2016, to make an application to the High Court to appoint an eligible insolvency practitioner as a liquidator of a regulated person that is a bank. The second aim of the bill is to formally transfer the office of the official receiver from the commission to the government. Madam Speaker, you heard the member for the 8th recognize the number of persons that were instrumental in getting this bill to where it is over the time. Madam Speaker, I'm so pleased to find out that this person, this official receiver, is a local person. It's good to know we have persons currently in the service with that background of commercial law, that background of accounting and so forth, who can take up this very important post in moving this country forward. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the person who was chosen to lead the team is a young female, and she hails from Virgin Gorda. So, I'm super proud today that we are able to also contribute to growing this little nation in these kind of strategic ways that are so important for our future growth. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to wish the young lady all the best on her team, and she's we're currently studying and getting all the information she needs to be very effective in this new role that we're going to be undertaking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I recognize the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Well, everyone that participated are my constituents, so I encourage everyone there. The one question that I ask, Madam Speaker, whenever we pass these bills, and even in the other one, we'll do a 1, 2, 3, it's done. The Premier will have to say why it came so late, so you have to go to 1, 2, 3 here. But I ask, will passage of this bill seek to or unconsequently exclude local practitioners, or more important, would it encourage local persons? And I think that this one does. And I think that we have to make sure that we, whatever we do, don't matter the haste, because sometimes haste causes waste. But whatever the haste, we would have to always seek to make sure that we do not, will not, should not make it impossible for national, locals, residents, or people who would like to further their particular businesses in this particular industry to be either not encouraged, and most important, to be encouraged, to be a part of. I would continue to read from where the member from the 9th left off. I thought he would have read the entire second part, because I think it's important to note a few things that I'm going to say, because we're going through a budgetary process soon. The address will be done on the 29th, I think it is, if schedule holds. And the second aim of the bill is to formally transfer the office of the official receiver from the commissioner to the government. While the office is an independent one by virtue of the function it performs under the Insolvency Act, the policy oversight responsibilities related to the office will fall to the government once the bill is enacted and brought into force. When the Insolvency Act was enacted in 2003, the policy decision was taken that oversight responsibility of the office will fall on the commissioner to incubate for a period and thus ensure the appropriate maturing of the office within the financial services industry over time. And following discussions between the Ministry of Finance and the Commission, it has been agreed that the office could now be properly transferred to the government. Consequently, the government will assume administrative responsibility for the office and provide the necessary resources for the efficient and effective functioning of the office. One note: fund it properly. Make sure that beginning from this budgetary process, it is funded properly. Don't have them out there wishing that we didn't move. It's important, it's critical. From all that I'm reading, it is important that we fund it properly, so that this transfer, this move from the Commission to the government, because I don't know the details as to exactly it was incubated for the government. Normally, you see transfers going the other way. This one is coming back. So, may it live a life beyond this years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? Okay. I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me to thank the members for contributing to the debate on this very important bill, and certainly look forward to delving further into this bill in committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Insolvency Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to report that the bill entitled Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 has passed through committee without amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 be read a third time and passed.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Insolvency Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a motion to amend the order paper by adding an introduction and first reading for Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022. That will be 9(1) Roman numeral 5. I also would like to amend the order paper by suspending the standing orders to allow for a second and third reading of the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022, and that will be 9(1) Roman numeral 6. I amend the order paper by adding the second and third readings for Virtual Assets Service Providers Act 2022, and that will be 9(1) Roman numeral 7. I also seek to amend the order paper by adding a resolution invoking section 67(7) of the Constitution. I also seek to amend the order paper by adding a further resolution which will be moved by the leader of the opposition in regard to constituency offices policy for the House of Assembly. And the rest of the order paper would remain the same, Madam Speaker. I so move.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the order paper to be amended as follows. To add a 9(1) Roman numeral 5 introduction and first reading for the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022. To add 9(1) Roman numeral 6 suspension in respect of the standing order in respect of the second and third reading of the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022. To add a 9(1) Roman numeral 7, the second and third readings of the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022, to add two resolutions. The first, 9-1, Roman numeral 8, a resolution invoking section 67(7), and a second resolution under 9-1 Roman numeral 9 in relation to the constituency office, which will be moved by the leader of the opposition. All other items on the order paper will remain as is. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The order of the day has been amended. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, standing in my name, shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 to be read. Actually, no, I'm sorry. My apologies. This is for the introduction to the first reading. My apologies. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022, and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be now read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 to be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be read a second time, and I will now read the objects and the reasons. Madam Speaker, the issues relating to the regulation supervision of virtual assets came under the radar of the Financial Action Task Force in 2018. resulting in consequential adoption of changes to its recommendations, which extend requirements to financial activities that involve virtual assets. Recommendation 15 in particular requires virtual assets service providers to be regulated for AML and CFT, which is anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism, purposes either through a licensing or registration process. They should also be subjected to an effective system of monitoring and supervision. In 2019, the Financial Action Task Force adopted the Guidance for a Risk-Based Approach to Virtual Assets and VASPs, that stands for Virtual Asset Service Providers, which has successfully been updated since its first adoption. According to the FATF, the guidance is designed to both help national authorities in undertaking and developing regulatory and supervisory responses to virtual assets activities and virtual asset service providers, and to help provide sector entities seeking to engage in virtual asset activities in understanding the AML, CFT obligations and how they can effectively comply with these requirements. Madam Speaker, there is consensus that virtual assets activities carry with them some elements of risk. It is therefore crucial, especially for AML, CFT, and reputational purposes, that appropriate legislative mechanisms are developed to create checks against such activities by regulating and supervising the providers of virtual assets services. If activities relative to virtual assets are not properly checked, the resulting effect from a serious fallout can compromise financial stability and dent reputation, whether of governments, countries, or institutions. This must also be considered against the background that the regulation and supervision of virtual asset service providers is a specific subject of assessment in a mutual evaluation. It is in these contexts that the bill was developed by the Financial Services Commission. Madam Speaker, the essence of the bill is threefold. Firstly, it is designed to provide the necessary legal framework for the registration and supervision of virtual asset service providers in the Virgin Islands as it pertains to transactions involving virtual assets. Secondly, it makes provision for persons approved as VASPs to seek approval to engage in the business of providing virtual assets custody service. Thirdly, it enables a VASP to seek approval to engage in the business of operating a virtual assets exchange. This new regime will be regulated and supervised by the Commission. Considering the risks associated with the trading of virtual assets, it is considered to be in the best interest of the territory that appropriate legislative measures are adopted to mitigate such risks. That explains the primary rationale for the bill. It will also satisfy the requirements outlined in the FATF recommendations concerning VASPs and virtual assets activities. Madam Speaker, members of the House may also wish to note that the Virgin Islands will, in the course of any mutual evaluation of the territory by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, be assessed as regards both the territory's technical compliance level and implementation level. The technical compliance aspect requires embodying the established standards in the laws of the territory, while the implementation element seeks to establish the extent to which the matters enshrined in the law are being effectively implemented. The bill will therefore address the technical compliance aspect of the standards on which the implementation will be hinged. Madam Speaker, the bill is divided into 6 parts, respectively dealing with preliminary matters, requirements for the registration of VASP in the territory, general obligations of VASPs, obligations relating to approvals to provide a virtual assets custody service or operate a virtual assets exchange, participating in the regulatory sandbox already established under the financial services regulations, and miscellaneous matters to ensure the proper and effective functioning of the VASP regime. In simple terms, a virtual asset is essentially a digital representation of value which may be digitally traded or transferred. In that context, may be used for purposes of effecting payments or engaging in investments. In order to have a good appreciation of this subject, Clause 2 provides key definitions of the terms virtual assets custody service, virtual assets exchange, virtual assets service, and VASP. Members that do not qualify under any of the definitions are specifically exempted. There are related activities which may not necessarily qualify under any of the defined terms and would accordingly not be caught under the bill. They will be better identified and clarified in guidelines to be developed and published by the Commission pursuant to the exercise of its powers under Section 41A of the Financial Services Commission Act, Revised Edition 2020. Madam Speaker, the bill further provides a mechanism for persons to apply to be registered as VASPs. It makes a clear prohibition against carrying on in or from within the territory of virtual asset service without first seeking and obtaining registration from the Commission. The application process conditions to be fulfilled to be registered as a VASP, considerations for approval, obligations relating to a change of name of a VASP, ensuring sound financial status, and requirements for the appointment of directors, senior officers, authorized representatives, and auditors, and the functions to be performed by each are outlined in Part 2 of the bill. Madam Speaker, Part 3 of the bill outlines the obligations and the prohibitions against persons who are registered as VASPs. These essentially relate to the duty to report certain information, the process to be adopted for disposing or acquiring a significant or controlling interest in a VASP, the need for maintaining records and taking appropriate measures to protect clients' assets, not making or issuing misleading advertisements, statements or documents, and ensuring AML CFT compliance and full cooperation with the Commission in matters relevant to the requirement of the bill or any regulatory enactment or activity that may apply to a VASP. In Part 4 of the bill, Madam Speaker, provision is made to allow a VASP to seek approval to provide a virtual assets custody service. This requires the provision of additional information as outlined in Clause 27 in approving the registration of a VASP to provide a virtual assets custody service. The Commission is to be satisfied that certain specified conditions have been met and is not against the public interest to approve registration. Certain obligations and restrictions apply to the VASP, and once it is registered by the Commission, similar provisions are outlined in relation to a VASP that wishes to operate a virtual assets exchange under the bill. Madam Speaker, Part 5 of the bill provides a legal mechanism for a VASP to participate in the regulatory sandbox under the Financial Services Regulatory Sandbox regulations to carry on a virtual asset service through an application process under that part. Madam Speaker, the penultimate part of the bill provides for the establishment of a register of VASPs, the Commission's power to cancel and revoke a VASP registration, the transitional measures applicable to existing providers of virtual asset service, the need for VASP to appoint compliance officers, enforcement powers exercisable in relation to VASPs, the general powers of the Commission in relation to the regulation and supervision of VASPs, the matters exempting in relation to a VASP, the framework for charging fees, applicable offenses, and penalties for non-compliance with the provisions of the bill, regulation making powers of Cabinet, application of specified parts of the Regulatory Code, Revised Edition 2020, and the Cabinet's power to amend the schedule on offenses and penalties. Madam Speaker, the bill has been the subject of both focused and public consultations during the course of last year and this year. The original draft of the bill had therefore benefited immensely from the thoughts and expert knowledge of persons within the financial services industry, thus leading to the finalization of the bill. The enactment of the bill by the House of Assembly will effectively add a new financial services product to the territory's range of regulated businesses. Madam Speaker, considering the nature and fluidity of activities surrounding trading in virtual assets, coupled with the risk associated therewith, plans to develop appropriate guidelines pursuant to Section 41A of the Financial Services Commission Act to better guide the industry on how the provisions of the bill are expected to be implemented will be produced by the FSC. This will include providing clarifications to some of the comments and issues raised during the public consultation process, matters on which legislative intervention is not considered necessary by the Commission. Madam Speaker, while the Commission expects to carry reforms to the Regulatory Code, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline some of its provisions in relation to VASP and virtual asset activities, the framework outlined in Clause 48 of the bill effectively enables the Commission to proceed with the implementation of the provisions of the bill while the requisite reforms are being carried out. It is the Commission's intention to have the bill brought into force on the 1st of December 2022, together with the amendments affected to the anti-money laundering regulations and anti-money laundering and terrorist financing code of practice. Madam Speaker, just to add a bit to the objects and reasons, I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, that the area of virtual assets represents a great deal of growth in the financial services sector business. It is a booming area, Madam Speaker, but it is largely an unregulated space. And therefore, in our national risk assessment, it is high priority to have regulation of the area. As it is unregulated, it presents a real risk as it pertains to money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation. And therefore, it behooves us to ensure that this area is well regulated. And certainly, Madam Speaker, persons would be hearing us in the public speak about this mutual evaluation that will be taking place next year. And in order to do well in this mutual evaluation, it is necessary not only for us to pass legislation, but it is necessary for us to show that that legislation is working and it is effective. Therefore, we have to pass it well ahead of the evaluation to ensure that is the case. And Madam Speaker, I certainly apologize to the public and to the members of the House that it has gotten here late. Certainly the members of the Commission who drafted the bill and who have been consulting on the bill have been working very hard to get it here. They've been going through all the necessary steps. They have a tremendous amount of work to do to prepare for the evaluation, along with the regular activities that we face day to day in regulating the industry. But certainly, I know they endeavored to get it here as early as possible. Unfortunately, due to the time, we had to suspend the standing orders to allow a second and a third reading. And this is something that we have been trying our best to limit, Madam Speaker, but it could not be avoided in this particular situation. And I certainly have sent the message that we want to avoid that by having at least a first reading, giving the members the opportunity to properly consider the bill and for it to be able to be consulted on, to become a public document after the first reading, so the public can properly consider it. But it should be stated, Madam Speaker, as I said during the objects and reasons, that the industry, financial services industry, has been consulted. They have given suggestions, and those suggestions have been implemented. And I believe that we have a bill that has been well considered and well thought out, Madam Speaker. And certainly you will have persons who will surmise whether we've gone too far in terms of our regulation. But we know that our jurisdiction has a very strong tradition, a tradition that has served us well, of ensuring that we are the best regulated jurisdiction. And for that reason, we have a great reputation in the financial services industry. That approach has served us well, as opposed to cutting corners, going light on our regulatory regime, and developing a poor reputation. But certainly, those persons who do business here in this jurisdiction will have the confidence of knowing that we are meeting all our obligations, and certainly the type of scrutiny that less regulated jurisdictions would be under. We would not have to endure that type of scrutiny to that level. So, Madam Speaker, I bring this bill before the members of the House for them to be able to consider. I'm hopeful that they will approve the bill, and I'm looking forward to us delving into it in committee stage, where we can take a closer look at the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm standing, I will quickly add my few points to this bill. And today we would notice that this is the fourth bill that we are bringing and debating here in this House pertaining to the financial services industry. And clearly what we are doing today is strengthening the BVI as a territory where we are highly regulated, we are highly respected, and strengthening our reputation. The Premier spoke lucidly on this bill, Virtual Asset Service Providers Act. And I also want to acknowledge the work done by the financial services industry and the entire team, the leadership now, Mr. Baker, and he succeeded Dr. McTavius and the entire team. And we know the importance of financial services within our territory. And finally, we are now debating the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022. And when I did a little research, I noticed that in 2020, the financial services industry, they posted on their website some guidance, and this same Virtual Asset Act. And in the introduction, they spoke about licensing, authorization, or approval is required for any activity stipulated under existing financial services legislation, unless specifically excluded. Adopting the FATF's definition, a virtual asset is a digital representation of value that can be digitally traded or transferred and can be used for payment or investment purposes. Virtual assets do not include digital representations of fiat currencies. It is the Commission's position that virtual assets and its related products have value, exhibit the attributes of property, and meet the definition of intangible property. And they listed, when determining whether licensing is required for virtual assets related activity, an assessment of the following factors is relevant. One, the way the virtual asset is being utilized, the types of business activities being produced or conducted, whether the business activities are analogous with those conducted through traditional businesses, and the characteristics and business activities relating to an offering issuance. Madam Speaker, this bill is in 6 parts, as was listed out before. And it speaks to the entire process, from the registration to the obligations. And in the miscellaneous, it also speaks to the register, cancellation of registration, revocation of registration, existing licenses, appointment of compliance officer, enforcement powers, general powers of the commission, exemption, fees, charges, etc., offenses and penalties, regulations, applications of regulatory code, amendment of schedule, and this is all in the miscellaneous. And Madam Speaker, we know the importance of virtual assets in this modern times. We've seen where persons have made quite a lot of money from cryptocurrencies and so forth. Persons have made a fortune, but persons have also lost a lot of money. And as was mentioned, is an industry here in the territory that is not regulated. And regulators globally, they have been wondering, how do they get this industry regulated? And this bill speaks to how it would be regulated in our territory. And Madam Speaker, quite quickly, I just want to go to schedule in section 46. And it speaks to the offenses and penalties. Madam Speaker, it's breaking down into the description of the offense. There's a penalty for body corporate or unincorporated body, and there's a penalty for the individual. These penalties and offenses, they range from a minimum fine of $15,000 upward to $100,000 or 5 years imprisonment. Some of the offenses, Madam Speaker, I'll list. It's quite a long list. It starts out by carrying on a virtual asset service without being registered. The fine for a company, a body corporate, is $100,000 or 5 years imprisonment or both. Or for an individual is $75,000 or 5 years imprisonment or both. And failure to notify the commission of material change, failure to comply with that directive, that range from $50,000 to $75,000 for a body corporate, and $50,000 for 3 years imprisonment for an individual. It also speaks to failure to maintain 2 individual directors, or, if required, not having one director physically resident in the Virgin Islands. That fine range from $15,000 to $25,000. Appointing director or senior officer without approval. The same fine pertains to that. $15,000 for the individual and $25,000 for the body corporate. Failure to appoint and have an authorized representative. Failure to appoint a replacement authorized representative within the prescribed period. Acting or holding oneself to act or as authorized representative without approval or appointment. That also ranges from $15,000 to $15,000 for the individual and up to $50,000 for the body corporate. Failure of VASP to provide auditor with copy of notice revocation. Failure of auditor to make and report. Failure of auditor to inform the commission of termination of resignation or report information. Failure of auditor to discuss audit or provide additional information required by the commission. Those fees range from $20,000 to $25,000. We also have failure to comply with any of the prohibition identified, and that for the body corporate is $100,000. For the individual is $75,000. We also have where it speaks to providing, engaging, or permitting any of the activities outlined in subsection 2, contrary to the restrictions contained in the subsection. That is also a fine of $75,000 for the individual and $100,000 for the body corporate. And the VASP providing innovative fintech without approval, $75,000 for the individual or 5 years imprisonment, or $100,000 or 5 years imprisonment, or both for the body corporate. And then you have failure to comply with requirements and restriction in relations to transactions involving virtual assets. And the fines are the same. And Madam Speaker, I just listed out some of what the penalties are within this act. And we know the importance of regulating this industry. And I guess when we get to the committee stage, we would get a better understanding of the fees, of the penalties and the fines pertaining to this Virtual Asset Act. Well, Madam Speaker, I just mentioned those so that persons within the community could have an idea of how this is being regulated and what all this act entails. I know the public would not have had the opportunity to have done any public consultation on this, but this has been spoken of for quite some time. And I mentioned the financial services, they had it on their website from in 2020. So this has been around, not in a holistic stage, but it has been discussed for quite some time. And Madam Speaker, I understand the importance of VASP and the importance to individuals, to businesses, but it also needs to be regulated, and it all entails in this bill. And I do support this Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. I call on the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is what we were elected to do. We were elected to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. And if passing this piece of legislation today is to accomplish that through our financial services, that's what we will be doing. We've done it in the past repeatedly. Brings bill to the House for first, second, and third reading in one sitting. Madam Speaker, it doesn't change the fact that this is what I call wagging the dog. You know, when the tail starts wagging the dog, that's what you call it. I said a little earlier today that financial services people gets 13 of us to come here. Depends on how you look at it, 15, 13 elected plus 2, you the Speaker and the Attorney General. to come here and pass legislation so that they could function. They're not functioning in a vacuum, they're functioning for the territory. So whatever they do is in the best interest of the territory, and what we do is for them. But does it have to be this way is the question. That's my question, Madam Speaker. Does it have to be this way? It is one thing for the public to be in the dark, being that we are their representative. So the representative know, and they haven't been told. So maybe they trust us to a certain point. But in cases like this, Madam Speaker, where your representative doesn't know and you don't know, that's unforgivable. Let's take, for instance, the case of having to come to the House of Assembly for 3 readings in one sitting. You can't expect rationally to call a sitting to pass a bill. Rationally, you can't expect it, but it happens. So in our case, Madam Speaker, there's a sitting today, and there's a bill to come before the House that was only prepared last night, or finished, the preparation for it was finished last night to come to the House. But the question I have, Madam Speaker, is leading up to that preparation, there was some form of timing. There was some time. And the least that could have happened was that the members of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, could have had a briefing on this bill. And we would come here informed in some way, shape, or fashion. We would come here informed. You can't tell me that the people in the financial services can't afford 3 days before it comes to the sitting so that members of the House of Assembly can have some form of a briefing or debriefing on the matter. All I could say, Madam Speaker, is that this premier met it this way. The premier before him met it this way. So it seems as if there's no sense of concern regarding real change. That's why I said, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly, whose primary role is to have oversight of the executive, that premise is a joke. Because the executive is in here, and in a case like today, the executive is the majority. And they bring a bill before us, and there's no way, shape, or form that they would ever face any opposition to it. If you had 5, you'll be, because we don't have 10 members in here. We have 9 members. We're struggling to keep 7. So, Madam Speaker, I think that any legislator, including the Premier, even though it's his bill, would agree with me when I said that balance is important, healthy debate is important, diversity is important, and we don't have that in here. We need, in this House of Assembly, as a minimum, Madam Speaker, we need a committee that's dedicated to financial services and financial services matters. The matters of financial services, at least if it's a 3-man committee, 4-man committee, they would have at least had meetings or a meeting of debriefing with financial services people on the matter of this bill. And it comes before this House, and we will be able to entertain some meaningful debate on the matter. As it is right now, peripheral discussion on the matter is all you're going to get. Is that adequate? Is it right? It's neither adequate nor right. And this is the end of 2022, Madam Speaker. It is, for all intents and purposes, our last sitting of the year. Matter of fact, for all intents and purposes, it's the last sitting for this session of the Fourth House of Assembly. I would implore the Premier for the fifth session, when we come back next year, to turn a new page as far as the way things are being done in this House. I see you had consultation on the liquor license bill. Now, why was that? Why we had consultation on liquor license and we don't have consultation on this? Is it because people could only relate to bottles and wine? But they can't relate to high finances? We have to stop treating our people like mushrooms, Madam Speaker. You gotta stop treating them like mushrooms. Keep them in the dark and feed them garbage, you know. You gotta stop it. I'm sitting in the House of Assembly, all of us are sitting in the House of Assembly, and if any one of us any one of you tell me that we're not equally ignorant of the bill as it is, I would applaud you if you're not. But the first, second, and third reading thing, I trust that the Premier has really and truly seriously considered discontinuing the practice. He said he is, I believe him. I see no reason why it can't be discontinued. But beyond the first, second, and third reading, Madam Speaker, is the need for education, consultation. Giving us the bill giving us a first reading and waiting a month before the second and third reading for a bill is not in itself adequate, because these kind of legislation, Madam Speaker, are they're not common sense legislation. They're technical. High finance, we need to be informed by the experts. We need to be informed by the experts. And informing the industry is one thing, which is good. But you notice that it doesn't stop there. Between the financial services and the industry, in between those two, there is something called the legislature, which makes the law. They're waiting for the law. We make the law. And regardless of what you think, these laws are made by the 13 of us. We make the law. And you should not make a law that you don't know about. You should not make a law that you don't believe in. But in our case, in this case, Madam Speaker, what do we believe? Virtual assets. Virtual assets. Ask anybody what they're talking about. They're talking about virtual assets. Go out there, go outside and ask a question. Cryptocurrency. I know US currency. I don't even know the pound. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, you know, virtual assets. We are we're already in the 21st century. But in order to stay in the 21st century, we have to stay on the cutting edge. And this is what's going to keep us there. And I must give credit to our Financial Services Commission. I must give credit to them, because they have been able, despite all the obstacles and the pressures that have been placed on them, they have been able to keep the Virgin Islands on the cutting edge. And they couldn't stay on the cutting edge if we hadn't continuously support them by making the relevant legislation available and doing it in a timely manner. So despite the criticism, I would get up here and give to the Premier. I hope he consider them to be constructive. Might be a little harsh, but if he isn't built for it, then I think that he has to get more of that pumpkin pie that he was talking about today. because there will be more like it. But I'm looking forward to the experts as they come, give us some more information and details about the bill. And I know the pressures that they're under. The evaluation that's coming up is probably started in one way, shape, or form, and they have to make sure that when that evaluation starts and when it gets underway, they have all the ducks lined up. And as I said, we are here to facilitate their needs. But hopefully, beginning next year, and in the next House of Assembly, the next session of this House and the preceding, the following Houses and sessions, this House of Assembly will be better prepared and better informed, and be able to be of some form of a support to the experts when they come, because we do it for other people when they come with their legislation. We sit in committee and we go through those bills. A lot of them gets torn apart. They never leave here the way they came. And we should be able to do that through financial services as well. Maybe another modern revised legislature, where the same way we have an attorney general sitting here in our House of Assembly, we might need to have a financial services person who's, even though I'm not a fan of appointees, who is a permanent fixture in the House and will guide the House in financial matters, but also be able to scrutinize the bills when the experts come and tell them, well, it's our bill. That ain't going in. It's our bill. This is going in. Just like how we lean on the Attorney General for legal matters, we'll lean on that person for financial matters. So that could be a thought, Premier, as we go through the reform for House of Assembly. Thank you.
I recognize the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to the Honorable Opposition Leader say something a while ago, and he tried to water it down. But he has a point. He has a point. We cannot continue to come to this House bringing bills for the first time, first, second, third reading. Not of this magnitude that are here in front of us today. There has to be some way that we could be informed in an informal setting to go over this sort of bill before coming to this House. Madam Speaker, it's very important that we as lawmakers know what we are signing on to. I'm the type of person that like to sit down and read my bills when I get them, to try to understand what I'm coming to this House to pass. And when I don't understand what's in front of me, I can't explain to nobody what's in front of me. Yes, it's important that we pass these important laws that come in front of us. But you're going to tell me that this is not being worked on for years and months, that they can't come and make a presentation to us before coming to this House to do this bill? I don't like it. And we have to change the way things are being done in this House. We cannot continue doing things wrong and then turning aside and say that, we have to let it happen because it's financial services. We have to hold them to the highest level too. We have to hold them to the highest level. And that's why we keep on going on the wrong road, because we keep on getting a little pass. We keep on getting a little pass every now and again because you want to see something happen. We had a COI. They said a lot. We cannot continue the same road. We cannot. Madam Speaker, We have to find ways to fix these little things that's going on now with us. We have to find ways. It is wrong for us to bring a bill of this magnitude to the House of Assembly and pass in the first, second, and third reading. It is wrong. I can clearly say I do not understand the bill. I haven't read it. I have not. I didn't get a chance to read it. By me skimming through this now doesn't make it that I know what was happening. By they coming and explaining to me right now doesn't still make it know that I even can research to see what's going on with the bill. Is it a good bill? They're going to tell us yes. Till when something happened, then we say, oh wow, we're saying the wrong documents. No, we have to stop it. I understand, yes, that you need to, but we have to stop. Yes, I know the industry, it moves. But something has to happen before it moves. You're going to tell me they sit down and they're going through this bill before they get here. It ain't just happened, ain't just now. The Premier asking you, I telling you we have to do something about it. We come here passing bills. As you before you hit the road, people don't text you, asking you what this is. How can I explain this? Like Honorable Fraser said, I guess the only can understand liquor. Come on. We have some very intelligent young people out there. We need to bring them along and just drop something in their lap. No, I don't want people to think I'm against the bill, because I'm not. But I'm saying that we cannot continue going on the road doing the same thing. Mr. Fraser said that, Honorable Fraser said that a while ago, we call me with this, happening for years. So you ain't gonna stop? So somebody can't take it and say, stop now, is it? That's it? We have to continue doing the same thing because we did this 30 years ago. That's how we intend to continue the House of Assembly? No. We have to stop. I support the bill, as little as I know about it, because it's important. But the next one that come here like this and I hear, Einstein. I am not. We cannot continue doing something wrong and try to make it look right. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's my 2 cents I want to put on this, because I really feel it needs to stop. We're to the stage now that we have to advance ourselves. Madam Speaker. With that, I will take my seat.
Thank you. I call on the Territorial at Large member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, my presentation was made short. After hearing the last presentation, I could say ditto and sit down. Ditto, 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 me too. Me too, I agree with you too. But what I'd like to do is to add, well, members know my views when it comes to first, second, and third reading. And Madam Speaker, I'll have to, you're actually culpable to this too, I guess. Since you have to decide what goes on the paper. Now, the leader of the opposition, I don't know if he was usurping the wishes of the Premier when he said, this is the last sitting of the session. He didn't say the penultimate one, he says the last one. But I believe they have one more, the ninth sitting, at least. Is it a 10th? Maybe a 10th also. No, okay, fine. So he knew more than I, and that's why he's leader of the opposition. But things are moving so fast. And, between the COI and all of what is happening in the world, I'm not sure which one is rocking my boat the most. People getting arrested, people, their cases tried before they start. My friend and brother retired. So all of this, and we basically have our heads in the sand as if none of this happening. In 60 days, there has to be a decision. So while the member look forward to a fifth house, I too will look forward to it. We'll see what happens. But the second paragraph in the objects and reason, because in all of these, I always look for the quote-unquote telling side of what it is, right? And I know that the Premier read through all of them, but I always highlight one of them so that I can see where it is. This new regime, which is tied to one of the new requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, under the 40 recommendations, will be regulated and supervised by the Financial Services Commission, considering the risk associated with the virtual asset service providers, VASP, and the trading of virtual asset. It is considered to be in the best interest of the territory that appropriate legislation measures are adopted to mitigate such risks. That explains the primary rationale for this bill. It will also satisfy the requirements outlined in the FATF recommendations, which is the Financial Action Task Force recommendations concerning VASP and virtual assets activities. And in the very last paragraph, it says, the enactment of this bill will effectively add a new financial services product to the territory's range of regulated businesses. So it has vast income possibilities. Am I saying that correctly? Vast income possibilities. So the fact is that the bill is not without merit. The bill is not without the particular requirement, but as Leader of the Opposition and Deputy Speaker have said, and I have maintained that first, second, and third reading in the same sitting, whether it is the last or the penultimate sitting of the House, it leaves for corrections. There are two possible ways that this may have been able to deal with, since I'm seeing additional, other than the budget, I'm seeing one or two items on the other paper coming on the 29th. It could have been placed on that, and then at least it gave me a time. They dubbed me the PR for the opposition, I guess, and the PR for the government too, because they sent it out so that the industry people, because there are some buzzwords that goes around, The industry participants have been consulted. A colleague of mine used to say, still says, I spoke to a lot of people. And I've encouraged them every time to name these lots of people. Because I am in lots of quarters. And every time they say they speak to a lot of people, a colleague. So the fact is that having to go to the public every time to explain why you couldn't come to them before is not a good legacy to call it. It's not a good legacy. I'm not saying it is the same reason, but the Premier was on the air 3 hours last night trying to explain a lot of things. Yes, if you're good enough, you could get it explained to the people you're talking to, if that is your aim. But the fact is that if we look at how best, maybe you didn't get the 2 weeks, 2 months, or the 2 sittings before it was brought back, but if we look, if you're innovative in getting it done 1, 2, 3, then the next sitting is next Tuesday. I know nobody in working tomorrow, and come Monday is a holiday, which I have something to say about. But we must be able to do this. I can only, quote unquote, say I sent it out. I didn't get any responses back as yet, but I sent it out, and I sent it personally to a number of persons who I send different stuff to. I didn't send this one to any bar, but I sent it out to people who are in this industry so that we can then get some kind of responses, and we could be encouraged one way or the other in terms of how to get it done. So we can move this forward. I'll have to support it because the last line, as my late father will say, the last line basically take the wind out of any sail you have when it says that the enactment of this bill will effectively add a new financial services product to the territory's range of regulated businesses. That's money in the bank. How could you beat money in the bank? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call on the Premier. Oh, I'm sorry, the Minister for Health, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Madam Speaker, they say you almost snooze, you lose. Madam Speaker, I almost lost my turn in the line. I don't like to lose my turn. A post or seat. So I tend to be up front in the line, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I think it will be remiss of me if I not say at least a few words, at least a words of support with the bill that's before us, the Virtual Assets Service Providers Act of 2022. Madam Speaker, and I promise not to be too long. I'm shorter than I was previously, but I think I will. It's important for us to speak about this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is an area that has gotten a lot of publicity lately. You've seen around the globe the issues with cryptocurrency and the whole the payment transfer mechanisms and all the things that make up virtual assets. It's a booming sector of the financial services sector. As the Premier said, the industry has been doing tremendous work, doing good business in this space. But for the most part, it's been an unregulated space. I know the financial services for some time has been grappling in terms of the approach. And I've set out to do what is necessary to ensure they have the right structure and regime in place to ensure that this sector of our industry, this very fast-growing sector of our industry, is regulated. Madam Speaker, I listened to my colleagues attentively, and I think I would do the process of this service if I did not share, and I know the Premier said some of this in his remarks in terms of the work that was done to get us to this point, And we also have to remember where we are, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're in the throes of a mutual evaluation. We're in the throes of our entire industry is going to come under scrutiny, is going to come under review, and is going to be under an intense microscope, Madam Speaker. And it's a dynamic space. It will require us to move quickly. It will require us to make decisions. I was reminded earlier by one of my former colleagues in terms of the assessments were done in other regions and jurisdictions, where up to the day of the finalization of the assessment, laws had to be passed, laws had to be amended. It's just the nature of these assessments, the nature of where we are. If we talk a lot about preserving and protecting and securing this industry, sometimes we have to make these tough decisions, and we have to move quickly and dynamically. I don't disagree, and in fact, in 2019, when we had the new government was sworn in, shortly thereafter I wrote to the then Premier, asking that we establish the Committee of Financial Services in the House of Assembly. I followed up with several questions in the House, specifically to make sure that that committee is established, to ensure that it's a clear line of communication, series of updates to members of the House of Assembly on what is happening, particularly within that industry, so that we could be fair and up to date on the challenges, where things are moving, and so that we could be educated and knowledgeable of the aspects of that industry. And I agree that it needs to be established. And to this date, it has still not been established, Premier. If there's one thing I would say, Premier, is that we need to get that committee established. We need to ensure that members get regular and on-time updates on the industry and what's happening with the industry. And we have to be able to make sure that that information trickles down to the entire House. I wouldn't sit here and allow the very hard-working individuals who have done their part to get this bill to this House and the work they've done to get it to this House. In fact, there was a focus group of industry practitioners that met well over 6 months discussing this bill, the ins and outs, particularly with persons who use the product, persons who are clients of the industry. And this is well publicized. In fact, there was even public consultation, Madam Speaker, that ran from the 9th to the 23rd of September, 2 weeks, public consultation on this bill, where persons were engaged and persons had an opportunity to weigh in on this particular piece of legislation. So it would be unfair for us, and unfair for me to be here and not say that the team did the things that they needed to do to ensure that was done. So I think the record must reflect that these things did happen, because we talking season, and a lot of things will be said, and a lot of things will be said and continue to be said, but we have to be accurate with the record. I think it's important for us to ensure that the record is accurate, that there were focus group meetings on this particular piece of legislation, and there was public consultation, 2 weeks of public consultation that had a wide cross-section of involvement of the industry and the public sector on this particular piece of legislation. But be that as it may, the point is a good point in the sense that we need to ensure that the committee of the House is established. That's essential. And we have to ensure that the House gets more timely updates, particularly on this particular piece of legislation. I don't know the reason why, if you had a focus group for over 6 months and you had particular public consultation for 2 weeks, why the House was not consulted particularly on this particular legislation. But if you had the House of Assembly committee in place, that committee would have been consulted and would have been aware of the direction that we're going. But the reality is that this is going to be a dynamic process. We will have to come here again to pass pieces of legislation based on assessments that are being done for the mutual evaluation. We will have to do it, and if we have to make up our minds whether we want to protect and preserve the industry and burn in midnight oil and do what's necessary, because the guys, the staff and the team at the FSC and within the industry, they're good, but they're not perfect. So there are going to be things that they will miss. There are going to be areas that they might not have considered or might have missed in the process of consideration that will require us to come back. That's going to require us to have additional discourse in terms of passage of legislation as this process continues and progresses. And we will have to come back here and deal with those pieces of legislation. Even in 2008, when came and did the assessment, on the day of the assessment, I understand that they were passing legislation. The day of, because of areas that they needed to assess. So we will have to face some of the similar situations. And we have to be prepared as legislators to do what's necessary. But primarily, we need to establish a committee of the House. We need to ensure that not just for financial services legislation, but for all legislation, that is a proper consultation process to ensure that the public is properly engaged and to ensure that members are readily prepared to debate these pieces of legislation and do what we have to do to preserve and protect this industry, Madam Speaker. So we have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to ensure that. Madam Speaker, the purpose of it is very important. I think beyond just the passage of this legislation, there are a lot of persons in the territory who've invested in cryptocurrency, who've invested in virtual assets, who have bought stocks and shares in virtual assets, and who have to be knowledgeable, educated on that process. In addition to the legislative framework, we have to ensure that vehicles like Money Matters at the FSC and other agencies within even GIS educate the public about what these virtual assets are, how risky these assets are. They have potential not just from a money laundering and terrorist finances point of view, but they're very volatile in some instances. They might have high yield, but there are instances where your assets can be wiped out in minutes, seconds, like any investment, very volatile. So there needs to be an education process publicly on how these assets operate, how they work, the risk involved. Person need to understand the level of risk and need to know that this might not be an investment that you should take based on your risk tolerance. You might consider doing something else in bonds or some type of other security. But the education process needs to happen. And I want to encourage us to ensure that the necessary agencies are prepared and armed with information to ensure that we educate the populace, educate the agents who are selling these products, to ensure that we have a robust industry, a robust product that we're offering. We look at the potential for the gains financially, but it has implications as well for the population, the investment population. And we have a duty and a responsibility to educate them in that respect. So, Madam Speaker, I know the Premier has extensively spoke about the specifics, but I thought it was important for me to ensure that the facts are on the record in terms of what happened in the process. I know the Premier mentioned some of that in his opening statement. But I also believe that we have a responsibility to do more, a duty to do more. And we have to prepare ourselves that we will have to do more of this, particularly in this season, in this cycle of mutual evaluation, and have to be prepared to make the decisions to help us to protect, preserve, and ensure that our industry continues to remain buoyant, vibrant, and well-regulated. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I now call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I take note, Madam Speaker, of the members' desire for greater engagement when these consultations are taking place. I noted that this bill has been widely consulted on, but Madam Speaker, of course, we must ensure that the House of Assembly is seen as a key stakeholder group in those consultations. Madam Speaker, we have as a House discussed the financial services technocrats coming to the House and doing an informal meeting. Unfortunately, due to our very, I would say, rigorous schedule, we were not able to make that a reality recently. And Madam Speaker, the members of the House must give some credit to the fact that we're making every effort to have informal meetings. We have them frequently on a number of topics and issues to be able to have all the consultations on the required legislation. And Madam Speaker, of course, this one, we weren't able to do it for this one. And it's just because, Madam Speaker, we've gotten to the end of the year and the end of this session. And time just would not allow it. When I was reading the objects and reasons, you would have heard that the intention is to bring this legislation into force on December 1st. And the next sitting, which is the budget speech, was mentioned. I don't want to give the public a wrong impression, Madam Speaker. On the 29th, the budget speech will be delivered. After that, immediately after the budget, the speech is delivered, we're going to stand in finance for perhaps about 2 weeks. And we will not have the budget debate until somewhere around December 19th or the 20th. As we know, I know the members of the House are not going to the budget debate and just say 2 words, or 3 words, or 4 words. So it's going to be a struggle, Madam Speaker, for us to finish even just the budget debate in good enough time before it's time to open up the Christmas presents under the tree, Madam Speaker. To suggest that we have any more papers at that time would just be very difficult. And of course, we already stated that we wanted the legislation to come into force by December 1st. So, Madam Speaker, and of course the House will have to prorogue right after we finish the sitting with the budget debate. So it just couldn't happen at that time, Madam Speaker, something that I certainly would have wanted to avoid. But Madam Speaker, when you're in this position that I am in and we are in, sometimes it calls for tough decisions to have to be made. When you consider the implications of not having it in force and therefore possibly a negative evaluation that will have a negative impact on the financial services industry, that will ultimately have a negative impact on the over $210, $215 million that helps to support the government, and all the other value that's created in the wider economy, employment, rental of offices, all of these type of things. We just have to, Madam Speaker, in some instances, put things in context and try harder moving forward. And I pledge, Madam Speaker, as I have been doing, I pledge that we're not going to see the House of Assembly as a rubber stamp, that the House of Assembly would be properly consulted on these matters, and that's something that I will work towards as we continue, Madam Speaker, into the new year. But certainly I don't want anyone to get the impression that the efforts of those persons who have drafted the bill, consulted the bill, done work on this bill to get here, that their efforts are not appreciated. We certainly appreciate it. And we appreciate those who have worked hard for us to be able to pass it in this session, knowing the importance of it, Madam Speaker. And we do also commend the effort to regulate this space, which needs to be regulated to protect us from illicit financial activity. And in all of this, that the fundamental goal of the legislation cannot be lost. That's ultimately the goal. That's what we can explain to our constituents, that persons trade in virtual assets. It's a new thing. You know, we come up with this whole idea of digital assets. You know, you have cryptocurrency and different types of digital currencies, and it's trading all over the world, as opposed to, when we traded way back in the day, we trade in gold and we trade in dollars, and now it's digital, Madam Speaker, and it is necessary for our institutions, our regulators, to be able to give proper oversight to the activities taking place in this space, and ultimately that will protect us from possibilities of money laundering, terrorist financing, proliferation financing, and all the other types of illicit financial crime that we are seeking to protect ourselves from here in this jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. So obviously, Madam Speaker, when we go to committee, it will give the members the opportunity to engage directly with the technocrats, ask questions about specific provisions, and see how we can, Madam Speaker, make sure that we are comfortable with what it is that we ultimately will be passing, and so that we can, get on with the process of showing not only technical compliance, but also ensuring that we implement and that we show and we demonstrate effectiveness. So, Madam Speaker, again, I thank the members for, of course, while obviously not being happy with the 1, 2, 3, being open enough to see the importance of this bill and what it means to the financial services industry, and I look forward to going through the bill in committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is in committee. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 has passed through committee without amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. Whereas Section 67(3)(e) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 provides that subject to subsection 7, an elected member of the House of Assembly shall vacate his or her seat if the member becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for or on account of the public service, of any form in which the member is or becomes a partner, or company of which the member is or becomes a director or manager becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. Whereas Section 67(7) provides that if in the circumstances it appears just to do so, the House of Assembly may exempt an elected member from vacating his or her seat under subsection 3(e) if the member, before becoming a party to a contract, or before or as soon as practicable after becoming interested in a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands, by virtue of being a partner in a firm or director or manager in a company which has a contract with the government, disclose to the House of Assembly the nature of the contract and his or her interest in the firm or company involved in the contract. Whereas the Honorable Neville Smith is an elected member of the House of Assembly, whereas the Honorable Neville Smith is a director of Caribbean Security Limited, whose registered address is P.O. Box 454, Eastern Tortola, British Virgin Islands, and which company provides security services and related systems installation. Whereas the company is desirous of entering into a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands to supply surveillance cameras for His Majesty's prison for a total sum of $17,633.93. The formal contract is in the process of being drafted. whereas by virtue of being a director of Caribbean Security Limited, the honorable member has an interest in the contract with the company as aforesaid, and this resolution discloses to the House of Assembly the interest of the honorable member in the said contract by virtue of being a director of the company. Whereas the resolution is a request by the honorable member to the House of Assembly to exempt the honorable member from vacating the House of Assembly. And whereas the Honorable Dr. Natalia Wheatley, the Premier and Minister of Finance, has by motion moved the House of Assembly to exempt the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly. Now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands exempts the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I won't spend too long here, just to say we've come to the House a number of times with these resolutions. It has been standard practice, Madam Speaker. It's a practice that's come under scrutiny, of course. It forms part of the terms of reference for the Constitutional Review Commission. It came up as Commission of Inquiry, Madam Speaker, as a item for the Constitutional Review Commission to overlook. The Constitutional Review Commission is presently doing its work. They're going around, they're having meetings, Madam Speaker. But it is important for the public to understand that the Constitution has provided for the ability to the House of Assembly to exempt any member who is, as has been said in the resolution, who has become a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. We know that Honorable Smith is a businessman. He has been a businessman for many, many, many years before joining the House of Assembly. He's declared his interests, as we are all required to do when we are attempting to become legislators. We have to publish it in the newspaper. It's well known in this small community that he is a businessman, so there is nothing, I would say, clandestine about it, Madam Speaker. It's a full knowledge, and it's fully constitutional and fully legal. And as we have done before for a number of other members, Madam Speaker, I ask the support of the members of the House to exempt the member from having to vacate his seat. And of course, it's important to note as well that the contract has not yet been entered into, which I know in the past has been subject of scrutiny of members of the House, and that clause as soon as practicable to be able to come to the House. He has been very careful to ensure that he's not entered into a contract before coming to the House to receive this exemption. So, Madam Speaker, I ask the members for their support, and certainly we look forward to the results of the Constitutional Review Commission, that they submit their report, which will lead to, of course, the House of Assembly debating it, and of course appointing our negotiating team to negotiate with the United Kingdom government on possible amendments to our Constitution. And we look forward to that particular process. But as of now, we have to function based on the Constitution that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. I just wish to note at this juncture for the record that the honorable member, Honorable Neville Smith, is not present. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? I'm sorry, before I go, so any member wish to debate on this? The floor is open for debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of the measure, and I just wanted to make sure I put it on record. Madam Speaker, the whole concept of this 66 and 67 has come not only mentioned in the COI report, it has occupied a large part of it. And there are members who have their distinct feelings about it. I say you'll do the entire territory an injustice if those persons who, by virtue of entrepreneurship, has entered into business, and the Constitution, especially in the 2007 Constitution makes provision for which, by which, it could be, quote unquote, be done within a constitutional way, be done openly, be done transparently, then I find it terrible to even think that you would, quote unquote, dismiss it, number one. Number two, if the person come into the house and then suddenly finds a new career of business opportunities and they then go into that, well, I have a problem with that too. But where a person has basically, they're in business, they're providing a service to the community, government needs the service, and you're saying basically by virtue of some of these businesses that we're in, that only if someone from outside come, that they can get the business, I think is wrong. I think it is crippling, and it will limit the pool of persons wishing to serve the territory in the capacity. So I have a lot to say in terms of, yes, I support it, if it's done correctly. The second challenge I have is you do have a number of contracts that people may have. They may be, in the first instance, for a 3-year period or 4-year period. It's proprietary, so to speak, and you have to extend it. And then that becomes an issue because right now, the public officials are unclear as to what will keep them out of this. What is the new catch-all phrase that people are being charged for? Breach of trust. Public officials are scared crooked. Sorry, scared straight, is it? Stiff. Scared stiff. Don't know what to do. And I think that we should, quote unquote, set the nation free by being clear on this. If the statutory bodies need to be included in the list of, quote unquote, properties and or industries and or government nature, parastatals, that need to come to the house, then put them in. Tighten it up. Tighten the screw. But don't take off the wheel. You cannot take off the wheel. This is a typical case like my friend, because he liked my phrase I have. This is a case of being caught between a rock, a hard place, and bad mind. It's a terrible place to be. We have people in business that have a lot to offer in public service. And if they wish to do this, then divesting themselves, when they could stay within the parameters of the Constitution, they should be allowed to. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, the opposition points are certainly well noted as it pertains to the pool, and certainly I think it's a matter for the public. We uphold the principles of democracy. There's a constitutional review process taking place now, and certainly it's for members of the public to comment on whether they think persons should continue. I know it's a practice in other places as well, that persons can contract in government even if they are elected to the House of Assembly, given that they make the necessary declarations. And of course the Constitution gives us the ability to exempt those persons. And persons will say whether they want that to continue or not. That is a matter for the people. Certainly, what we are doing is in keeping with what is legal, what has been established by our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I'm happy for the support that the members will give to this particular provision, to this particular resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Thank you. I now call upon the Leader of the Opposition.
If you got a dog, you fed him, now you're going to tell him how to bark or when not to bark. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that whereas members of the House of Assembly have over a period of 7 decades managed to deliver for their constituents with varying levels of success, it is a prevailing thought that a more comprehensive structure, including the use of a dedicated constituency office, be introduced to enhance the delivery of access and ensure that members are afforded the tools and means necessary to serve their constituencies with the broadest scope and the highest level of efficiency, while at the same time satisfying the need for transparency and accountability. Whereas this initiative will allow for the operation of a constituency office in each district with staff intended to serve as the members' dissemination hub in the execution of his or her parliamentary duties, and at the same time provide a meeting place for the member and his or her constituents. Whereas the issue of formulating a policy to govern the use of funds allocated to members in respect of the operation of a constituency office was referred to the Committee of Privileges, a standing select committee of the House of Assembly. And whereas the Committee of Privileges have researched and formulated a policy by which members may be guided in relation to the use of funds allocated in respect of the operation of a constituency office. Now therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly hereby approve the document Policy on Constituency Office as prepared by the Committee of Privileges, a standing select committee of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, as an introduction to the policy, the Constituency Office and Service Budget Policy is a guide on the House of Assembly's current policy related to the discretionary budget allocated to each elected member to pay for expenses that are allowed in the policy. This policy is intended to be consistent with the provisions of Section 82 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Chapter 1 is Governing Principles. This chapter describes the governing principles which regulate the allocation of funds, goods, services, and premises to members, as well as the use of such resources. Chapter 2, Budgets. This chapter presents an overview of the resources provided to members and includes links to relevant sections throughout the document. Chapter 3, the general conditions of the policy. The rules in this chapter apply to all the policy. Members are responsible for complying with the policy rules. In making any claim under the policy, members must certify that the expenditure was for the purposes for performance of their parliamentary functions, and that incurring the expenditure, they had complied with the policy. The policy makes provision for the exercise in certain circumstances of discretion by members and by the House. Such discretion is not absolute. At all times, it must be exercised reasonably, taking account of the fundamental principles of the policy as pertains to parliamentary, value for money, accountability, and probity. Chapter 4, hospitality and gifts. Funds of a specific sum not exceeding 10% of the basic budget is provided, which members may use for this purpose as spelled out in the policy in this chapter. Chapter 5 deals with advertising and website. The purposes of advertising is to allow members to communicate with their constituents. Advertisement must include a member's name and status as a member of the House of Assembly. Chapter 6 is office support. This chapter deals with the office cost budget, which is provided to meet the cost of renting, equipping, and running the member's constituency office and other activities which support their parliamentary functions, where the costs are not covered by other budget under this policy. Chapter 7, staffing. This chapter deals with the remuneration of staff and all associated conditions of hiring. Staffing costs may be claimed to meet the cost of staff who support members in performing their parliamentary functions. It speaks to the varying categories of staffing supported by the policy and to the member's responsibility as an employer. Chapter 8 is the winding up costs and payments upon losing office. This chapter speaks to what the policy provides in terms of phasing out of office and staff in the event a member should resign or vacate office for other reasons, or should he become unsuccessful at the general election. Chapter 9 is other support. This chapter deals with travel and subsistence for members, especially when dealing with the sister islands of Virgin Gorda, Anegada, and Josephine Dyke, or others, as the case may be. Chapter 10, miscellaneous costs and financial assistance. Here you will find guidance on disability assistance in terms of how members can make reasonable adjustments to their office to make them accessible to persons with disabilities, ways to address security issues, and appropriate measures to take, and how to deal with expenditure during dissolution, among others. 10A is a summary of budget allocation. This is a chart, a simple chart indicating the allowance or the allocations, the fiscal year in question, and the description of the allocation. 10B, members' full-time staff wages ranging from, for 2022 and 2023, is a chart laying out the recommended salaries for staff ranging from a minimum to a maximum. It covers the various job classifications that are most likely to be needed in a constituency office. Such staff is administrative staff, and it gives a minimum salary range to a maximum salary range. Finally, Madam Speaker, there's a glossary, which is a table with the various terminologies used throughout the policy and their definitions. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of the committee who put this policy together, the Honorable Neville Smith, Deputy Speaker, and the Honorable Marlon Penn, Minister for Health and Social Development, along with myself, for the time we put into this, the forming of the policy. I want to thank them. I also want to acknowledge the Premier, Madam Speaker, for appointing the committee and for his support. And also to thank the Attorney General's office who came on board to ensure that whatever we did here in this policy was in keeping with the laws of the territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the Premier. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And I certainly want to, Madam Speaker, commend the Leader of the Opposition and those who worked a long, with him in developing this policy for constituency offices. Madam Speaker, I'm passionate about the reality that we must give a certain level of service to our constituents. And I certainly thought that the leader of the opposition, member for the 3rd District, was the appropriate person to lead this effort. Firstly, he's a senior member of the House. Certainly has been serving constituents for a long time, over 20 years. I think perhaps by the end of this term it'll be 24 years. And certainly his constituents has re-elected him because of his ability to be able to serve them. So from that respect, he was a good person to lead this effort. He also has a constituency office in his district for many, many years. And certainly thought it befitting and necessary for his constituents to have a place where they could go in privacy to be able to meet with their representative and to be able to perhaps maybe have meetings or maybe perhaps have access to information available at the constituency office. And Madam Speaker, I know the leader of the opposition as well, along with other members, traveled to the United Kingdom. And he was able to be given a tour, orientation of the organization up there. I believe it's called IPSA. Is that IPSA? Which is, I believe, a statutory organization, independent organization that manages the constituency offices in the United Kingdom. And certainly persons in the public should know that in many countries that you go to, constituency officers are recognized and legitimate institutions. And certainly it behooves us to step up our game here, Madam Speaker. We should not have to go sit down in somebody's restaurant if we want to speak to our constituent. Certainly, we have to give respect to our constituents, enough respect to our constituents to give them a proper office where they can come and meet their needs, Madam Speaker. That's something that I certainly recognized upon being elected. I know other members have recognized that and they've set up offices. But Madam Speaker, we want to provide the resources so that all members will be able to set up offices in the various constituencies. And that you can have somebody working in this office so that even if a member is not available, perhaps engaged here, right here at the House of Assembly, or for those who are ministers engaged in their ministry, you can have someone in this office who can give some support to constituents in the absence of the representative. And to be able to, of course, provide assistance to those constituents with various matters in terms of their interaction with government and interaction with the representative. So I'm certainly very happy, Madam Speaker, to support this motion. Madam Speaker, there may be a need for us to take a brief recess, which I would be requesting, just so that we can perhaps maybe address one or two matters which have arisen. But certainly, I don't think anybody can really disagree with the principle of having constituency offices to be able to serve the needs of the various constituents in our districts. And there'll be other things, Madam Speaker, we've been discussing in the upcoming budget to be able to address the needs of our constituents. And certainly when the budget address comes, I'll mention some of those things in which we'll seek to better support our constituents. Because certainly our constituents deserve top-class service, and we have to work to improve the services we give them currently. So, Madam Speaker, I certainly thank you for the opportunity. I give this measure my full support, and again, I congratulate the Leader of the Opposition, member for the 3rd District, for bringing this resolution. I don't think anyone else could have brought this resolution, Madam Speaker. He put a lot of hard work into it. He gave it the attention to detail and the seriousness it deserved. And I will have to congratulate him on a job well done in bringing this resolution, Madam Speaker. So I give it my full support, but Madam Speaker, I ask for a brief recess just to address one or two matters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We'll take a brief recess, and when we return, then I do note that the Minister for Health wishes to also contribute. So we'll take the brief recess now. This House is now in recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Thank you. At this time, I will call on the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hear me now? Good. Madam Speaker, I want to firstly thank you and thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this resolution to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's been long in coming, and I believe that it's the new era that we're looking at in terms of being very clear, transparent, and clearly documenting the way forward for the key institutions in this territory and then within this government and the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the three-member committee consisted of the Leader of the Opposition as chair, myself, and the Honorable Deputy Speaker. We were able to go through very extensively a clear framework, a transparent framework that clearly outlines how these offices, constituency office, should function. And for the first time, create clear documentation and a clear process for moving forward, which is important, Madam Speaker, as we talk about an era of accountability. You have to have a basis for accountability, and there has to be clear process and clear procedures for accountability. I think this document seeks to establish that as it relates to the operations of our constituency offices. As the Premier so rightfully said in his contributions, we are elected to serve people. And we have a responsibility to serve our people with the highest level of integrity and also ensure that the people get the level of service that they deserve from their elected officials and access to their elected officials. And that requires us to have the necessary facilities within the constituencies to do just that. And Speaker, I have an established constituency office in the 8th District, and I want to thank my staff who has worked and labored to support persons in the constituency office during this period, especially during the COVID period, when persons were experiencing extreme difficulty and needed to help to navigate the various system and the myriad of systems, particularly to get support and the support that they need. That's because currently we offer a wide range of services there, and I see the list continues to grow. And right now we have an established support team where we offer legal aid services, limited legal aid services, where some lawyers have donated their time to give legal advice to persons within the constituency. We feel local. We come with the constituency officer resolution. I think it's important for me to say it here under this particular resolution. We have filling out of our government forms. We have limited notary public services, which is a new service that we're offering as well for persons who might not be able to afford a notary service. We have someone who's willing to come at designated times to offer that service to persons. We're preparing for a CXC prep service through my secretary is a certified teacher and has the skill set to assist students and CXC prep. And we're also offering a coordination for community service for students who need to get community service in the district. So there's a list and a myriad of services that we offer to the community. I think that's what this policy seeks to do, to ensure that we have a framework to help persons and the district reps and the at-large reps to offer the necessary service to our constituents and ensure that the process works and the process is transparent and it's above reproach and above scrutiny from persons who would say that you're misusing or misappropriating public funds. It clearly states, and this is going to be a public document once it's passed in the House tonight, where a person could see what services we offer and how we are able to access the funds allocated to the constituency offices. So again, I wanted to commend the member for his leadership on the committee And the three of us, Honorable Smith, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, worked tirelessly to ensure that this came to the House. I want to thank the members for the discourse and discussions that we've had over a series of meetings discussing the tenets and elements within the document, to be able to be here tonight in the Attorney General's chambers for their review and to ensure that the document is fit for purpose and we're not stepping any bounds as it relates to legal ramifications or implications regarding this document and this framework. So this is a good start. It speaks to us moving in a different direction, a direction of clear documentation and clear procedures moving forward. And I'll speak a little more about procedures and other business tonight. But for now, I want to say thank to the team and thank to this House for finally bringing this document to the House. And now we have a framework for which to work and which to better serve our constituents and the people of this territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call on the Territorial at Large member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I'll be very short. I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the member for the 9th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too will not be too long, but I felt it necessary to speak very briefly on this policy and constituency offices, because I want the public to understand. Being a representative for two islands, Virgin Island and Anegada, and persons are always complaining of lack of representation or not seeing all members frequently. This policy governs all 13 members. It allows each member in this House to have an office pretty much in every district. And I hope all the at-large members use the opportunity, use the funding to have a greater presence in all the districts, particularly those outside of Tortola. I think a lot of work has gone into this policy, a lot of thought has gone into this policy. And I must commend the member for the third and the two other members, at-large member Smith and member for the 8th, Honorable Penn, Minister of Health, for the work and the thought that went into producing this document. Because it's going to add, it should make us a lot more effective in creating better representation for the person that we elected to serve. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that this translates into more presence on the ground in all districts. Since my office has been opened, it has allowed me to hire somebody there full-time. You can collect various forms at my office. You can register to vote. Talking season is coming soon. If you want to get yourself registered, you can go to my office and get a form, get it filled out. Passport issues and various other forms. They're at the office. It's open 6 days a week. And this policy has helped guide that. So we can bring more services to the people that we represent. So, Madam Speaker, with just those few words there again, it's a great policy, and I hope its intention is fully realized in more offices in all the districts, particularly those outside of Tortola. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? If not, I'll call on the Leader of the Opposition to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to thank the members for their support, and I want to echo the sentiments of the Premier in expressing the importance of a district office, what it means to the community and what it means to you as a representative. It gives you greater flexibility to be able to deal with your constituents. Madam Speaker, I can speak with authority when it comes to that, because during the COVID era, the COVID period, I don't know how it would have been possible to serve my community without the district office. I can remember when the time came to distribute aid. It was my office where people lined up from the street coming into the building to get their assistance. I had to modify the office in a way that it was COVID safe. That modification is still there, yet to be taken down, but it's a reminder of where we were and how things can get out of hand, and if you're well equipped, how you can deal with them. I want to thank the members again, Madam Speaker, for their support.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed.
You know, we didn't say when it come into effect. I guess it come into effect January 1st, huh? Upon the passage of the budget, January 1st. The employment contract. Well, what we have said that is that
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item 9.2, private members' business. Item number 10, other business.
Thank you. I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development. I'm sorry. I'll call on the Deputy Speaker.
Oh, I'm given the privilege to speak to us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Really, I think I have about 30 minutes here because I'm speaking on the first district and I'm speaking at large. Madam Speaker, I thank you. It's very important, I think I speak tonight on some matters that, you know, for the first district, have a few things I would like to adjust. Madam Speaker, I would like the Premier and to at least help me to get a better understanding what is going on with the, also the Minister of Works, what's going on with the ferry terminal at West End. Because I know we were doing some stuff with it, but I want to get some real information out for the public, especially the first district public, to know what's going on with that ferry terminal, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, I don't have a chance to ask questions, so I'm making my statements well here. Madam Speaker, I'm also would like to ask a question. And at one time there was a design for a party clinic on Capoons Bay Field. And I need some questions on that as well to see what's going on with that clinic. The member of health, I know he could look into that for me. The people of the first district sent me here, so I have to represent them here well. Also, I would love to see some sort of drawing, some sort of render put up down in Caribbean, showing what the city fence wall will look like in a finished state, so that when the people pass, they can see what it will look like. So I'm asking that something like that can be done as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, the fishermen. We came and we passed a bill concerning fishing, agriculture. And up to now, I haven't seen or heard a policy on what's going on with this fishing. And the fishermen are really asking for some help. And we need to, sometimes we come and we pass these bills, do some follow-ups. Because I don't understand why this bill was passed so long and still some of the things that we put in place is not happening. Because we talk about the spear fishing and how we can do some sort of policy to fix that, and none has been done as yet, Madam Speaker. We cannot come into the House and we pass these bills, and it's bad because we pass these bills to make sure that we help the people, but then it's not happening. So we have to find some way to speed up the process with these things, with the policies and stuff like that, because I think it's nearly 6 months or nearly a year since we passed that bill. So that's something I think we need to look at because it's really hurtful. And Madam Speaker, there's a topic I want to talk about which is really dear to my heart. We have some, I forget what you call it, some children who need special needs or who need help. Especially challenged. Right, that's the word, especially challenged. And there's a situation right now with a young lady, I'm not going to call her name, but whereas this young lady, she had to leave here to go to get help for her child. And the situation now that she even can't get the assistance from the NHI. And she was paying her bill, and she's still working, because she's actually working online. And she cannot get that assistance, because she did not say, well, look, I'm going to get the help, so I had to leave. But Madam Speaker, if she had the help here, she didn't have to leave. You know, we have to find a way to fix this, because this is not, it's not just one person this is happening to. A lot of people came to me and speaking to me about that same incident, other people. And it's hurtful because we have to help these people. We do not have it here, so they have to go. So we have to find some way. And I'm asking the members, let's find a solution to this problem. And let's find it sooner than later. We can't have our own people having to go away for help. And when they go away for help, we can't help them from here. It's hurtful, you know, because they leave here for a reason. They leave because they couldn't get help here. They gone away, and now they still can't get help from us. How do we fix this? And these are the things that bother me. Because there's a lot of people here that need help, and we're actually being put in a position now that we even can't help nobody. You know, how can we fix this? Because every day you have more than 6 or 8 people coming to you for help. You know, we have to find a way. We have to find a solution. We can't keep saying that we can't help you. I don't want to say it anymore. I don't like when somebody comes to me for help and they say I can't help. I don't like it. So that's why sometimes I end up doing what I could do to help. But if I continue what I'm doing, I too gonna need help. If I continue down the road I'm going, you know, all hands are tied, but I think we have to be creative and come up with some creative way and transparent that we can help the people. Because right now, the people ain't getting help. And it ain't that we don't want to help them, because we're trying. We try, but Lord, when they come to you and they sit down to you and they start giving you a story, they still have to end up in your hand in your pocket. Because you can't let them walk out through the door knowing that you could help them. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the farmers, it's raining, you know, it's raining, people planting food. What are we doing? What are we doing? I'm tired. I feel useless that we can't help some of these people. So I really feel that we have to come up with some, I mean, we can't sit down and say, well, we don't have the funding no more. Because it's true, we don't have it. But Lord, we have to come up with something. We have to come up with something to help these individuals. Especially the farmers and the fishermen as well. We have to come up with something. So I'm asking my colleagues to, let's sit down and see how we could come up with some idea. Let's be creative and come up with some way, somehow, that we can help these people. We used to have the development bank that we could have sent them to the development bank. We can't do that anymore. The development bank is a commercial bank. So we have to find some way. Whether it means people don't like to hear the word using Social Security. They don't like to hear us touching Social Security money. But I hear Social Security buy a heap of land not too long ago. You know what I mean? So if you go buy land, you can't help the people. So we have to find we have to be creative. And I understand we shouldn't touch Social Security money to do certain things. So what I'm saying, if it means taking a loan, so I'm not saying take the money. So if it means that government have to go get a loan and do something, let's do that. So I don't want people to think that I change to touch Social Security money. No. I'm not. So I'm saying let's be creative. That's all I'm saying. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to stay much long, but I want to congratulate the softball teams that went to St. Croix to play in the King and Queen tournament just the other day, which I was a part of. I was a player and I was a coach. And I must talk about the committee who put everything together. They did a brilliant job. The team was well behaved. We saw some heroes over there where there's the one young lady, Shelley, was sick and she turned on and she still pitched a game. And that's what you call, I mean, you had to see it to believe it. When you see this young lady, from the beginning of the game, she was actually throwing up. She was, from the beginning of the game, she was, after 1, 2 innings, she went out, show up again. And don't care how we're gonna ask you, when they come out, she stayed in that game. She stayed in that game and she won that game. And the team backed her up, they played well behind her. And I say, congratulate the female team. They listened. They were a well-disciplined team. They listened, and we have to realize we have some real good athletes in the Virgin Islands. And all they need is the attention and the finance behind them. Yes, and I already committed myself to help in any way I can with softball. I've retired about 10 times. I've retired about 10 times, and I think I'll retire again. But I'll continue to travel with the team and represent the BVI because I love the sport. For the male team, I had a young man, first he ever home in his life, and he did all St. Croix in the tournament, in which he was another MVP, Shamori. There's a young man that we're trying to get out to play baseball, and I am asking the government to make sure, let's make sure put up support behind these young men. There's a next one, there's another young man there, I was getting, I can't remember his name up here, but he's another young man that's trying to play baseball. We have talent here in the BVI, and we have to push it. I'm begging us as members of the House of Assembly, let's find a way that we can promote not just softball, but all athletes. We have to come up with a program that our athletes are supported. Again, when the sports policy come in place, I guess that speaks to a lot of what we're talking about here now, but still, we have to start to tap into the resources that we have available to us to make sure that these athletes get all the attention they need, Madam Speaker. It's not just local sports we have to, local events we have to make sure we push for our athletes. We have to make sure they get off to tournaments, because that's where they can get the experience and that's where they will be seen. Softball is a very high-end sport here at the BVI, and I think the next tournament is going to be in St. Thomas in January. And I'm asking all members of the House of Assembly, it's only a trip, it's only a boat ride. Come and support the team. Show up, be there, be a part of this. I'm putting a challenge to each of you. The tournament is in January. Put it on your schedule. Let's go support the young people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the member for the 9th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a long time since I've spoken under any other business. But I know you gave me a timeline. And Madam Speaker, what I'll do half now, by 10 minutes or 20 minutes, and I'll do the other half next time. Madam Speaker, I just want to first begin by giving my condolences to all the families in the 9th District, Enigada and Virgin Gorda, who've lost loved ones since the last time I spoke in here. It's been a challenging time in the 9th District ever since 2017. I mean, well, we lost persons like Eugene Stevens, Lito, Josie, Sella last weekend, and the list, we are not calling names. It's never easy to lose a loved one and to have so many loved ones lost, Leandro Enigada, in a relatively short period of time. And these things are very challenging. I also want to wish Betty Yates a happy belated birthday. I think she's the oldest person on Virgin Islands. She made 101 a few days ago. And hope I don't get her in trouble, but she actually drove her Jeep a few days ago to renew her license. At 101, she drove a stick shift up to DMV to renew her license at 101. And that is remarkable. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to shift here because a few days ago, Virgin Islands in the 9th District was listed in the Forbes magazine as the number 8 island, or 8th place in the world to visit for 2023. Number 8. That's a remarkable achievement. Madam Speaker, I will hasten to say that didn't happen by accident. I don't know what all the criteria and all the parameters were that they use. And imagine it's a very complex thing to go through. So then this guy, you looked at the world, you're not looking at the BVI, this is number 8 in the entire world. The word Virgin Islands, all of a sudden, the Google searches went up. Because half the world don't know where Virgin Islands is. But here's Forbes, this big, prestigious list. And on it is little Virgin Islands in the British Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, it didn't happen by accident. Since the hurricane of 2017, all of us embarked on a journey of transformation to pull back our district from where it was and take it to a whole new place. That's the way you see being reflected. And when the mystery shoppers came around, and I must say, they don't have any one criteria like beauty or this and that. It's a combination of several things that they look at. In the aggregate says, this is a good place to visit. As a matter of fact, it is number 8 in the entire globe. And so, Madam Speaker, with that in mind, is where I want to make a couple of observations that we need to be looking at going forward. Because the fact that you are mentioned means that come 2023, you're going to get a lot of persons head our way. Let's not be surprised. It was mentioned on the Forbes list. Let's not be surprised that when these persons are going to come to our shores, and a trip to Virgin Islands or the BVI shouldn't start when they arrive in Spanish Town or at Bitter End or wherever the entry point is to the island. It should start from the time they hit the British Virgin Islands. You have to make sure our hospitality is on point from the time you hit West End, Rotown, Beef Island. Yes, they single out Virgin Islands. We want the entire BVI to be listed next time. That should be our ambition. We don't want them to say Virgin Islands. We want them to say the BVI is a top destination in the world for 2023. And so, Madam Speaker, that's why I'm very concerned that you see all these water challenges in Virgin Islands as we speak. With the current number of guests we have nearly every day, particularly in the valley, it has been off for the last few days, but water's going on from 9 to 5. Water's off here, water's off there, no water here, no water there. And occupancy is not where it is going to be. Madam Speaker, it's something that we have to look at very carefully. That when we get these people, they don't go back and say, I thought they sent me someplace. Madam Speaker, the all road conditions. We have to get this program right, Madam Speaker, to make sure all roads are nice. And that's all these potholes and bush and thing everywhere. Because we're going to get visitors coming in droves. Madam Speaker, part of the problem I think we have is the way our budget is structured. And maybe it's time to relook and restructure the budget. And I said it before, that is equity among all districts and all islands. That no one island is left behind in any area. As you go to some of the meetings right now, the constitutional review, you hear persons saying, why are things different? And depending on where you go, things are different, the roads are different, the service is different, they don't have this, and so forth. You have to make sure there's equity as much as possible among all the districts. And Speaker, everybody knows coming to the BVI, the sooner you get to your destination, the better. But Virgin Islands Port has been closed since about 2017 to international traffic. Why is that, Madam Speaker? You can tell someone to come to Virgin Islands, but first go to St. Thomas, then go to West End, and then you come to Virgin Islands or something so. Why can't we get the Virgin Islands port open? The person can fly from New York or wherever to St. Thomas, get on a ferry and come straight to Virgin Islands. What is so hard in that? Why is it taking so long, Madam Speaker? I'm a very, very patient, understanding person, you know, but I think we're really being pushed too far now. You could imagine if things were different in Virgin Islands, we'd probably be number 2 or number 1, because we're aiming to be number 1. But Madam Speaker, certain things must be in place. Banking. Madam Speaker, okay, we went from no banks in 2017 to 1 bank about 3 days a week. No, Madam Speaker, we have to push that up now. It's been too long now that we are still limping on 1 bank, 3 days. And Agada, no banking at all. But Madam Speaker, I've been on Facebook kind of whining about this a bit, about the Virgin Islands Yacht Harbor, which is a private entity. So I can't push them too hard. But nonetheless, you're a disaster in the middle of my beautiful garden and building. So I'm happy to see that there's finally action on the ground to where they're beautifying, they're cleaning up this disaster in the middle of my transformation, in the middle of our transformation. Here's this big disaster. But I'm very, very happy to see this happening. When I'm talking about Yacht Harbor, I can't leave out again Trellis Bay. A lot of persons who come to Virgin Islands, including myself, travel through Trellis Bay. We have to get that visitor center that we've spoken about again forever. Get that visitor center there. Again, the experience of coming to Virgin Islands starts someplace else. And Trellis Bay is one of those areas where persons come first to get to Virgin Islands. When I speak of transportation, it was mentioned a few days ago, getting between Bifa Island, Virgin Island, and Enigada. We have to really look at, it's too expensive and it's not frequent enough. We got to figure out something with transportation, subsidizing these ferry services or something. Because you make money when people are traveling around the BVI. More persons will travel, it was easier, more convenient to do so. Therefore, the money circulates a lot better around the sister islands. Again, medical facilities, if you're going to be attracting persons, they don't be wondering if something happens, can I get a stitch? Can I get an X-ray? That's last century stuff. We need to, if you're going to get this kind of recognition in FABs, we have to make sure when these persons come to us, they want to come back and send others. Because what they experience here is more than just stand and see people, the cuisine, but also these other services from damage and so forth. I can get taken care of. Madam Speaker, I want to shift gears a little bit before I come back to that. I saw a comment a few days ago, but I heard it before, and it's something again for us to think about. I don't have any answer for this one here, but I saw a lot of businesses are complaining about the number of holidays. That's what I want today, because Monday's a holiday, and the person was saying, "Oh my God!" And I think this is the 15th holiday for the year so far. Now, if you don't have a business, it might mean anything to you. If you have a small business, well, you'll be scratching your head. A bigger business, you're really scratching your head because you're paying a lot of money without getting any extra productivity or any extra income. And a lot of businesses are really starting to get irritated. Things are very challenging right now, and I think they're seeing this as an extra burden. So it's something for us to consider doing like in the States, they call them bank holidays, where you don't work, you don't get paid. But if you work, you get paid, something like that. But I think the number of holidays we have now is appearing to be a burden on some businesses, having to have dealt with COVID, having to have done with the hurricanes, the floods, COVID, COI, all of that stuff there. It's really affecting the businesses. I'll leave that for next week. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to really close off here, but before I close off here, I must encourage everyone this week, this starting from tomorrow, this Lobster Fest over in Enigada, is the 10th anniversary. They're prepared to receive you, lots of excellent food and drinks and different activities, and encourage everyone to go enjoy Enigada. Of course, be safe, be responsible. have your good memories, have your good fun, but be safe and be responsible. I want to commend the Purple Dragon team for the excellent show in Trinidad, bringing back all those black belts. This week was Culture Week. I had a chance to visit a few schools. I'm also very amazed at the varied activities that they've been having so far. There are a few more tomorrow, the cultural wear, the fashion shows, the different food shows, and so forth. So, Madam Speaker, it's a bit late, and most of the folks who are usually up listening to us, I don't know how many are there, but I like to always say a big hi to my seniors. I spend a lot of time, like most of us in here, we do cherish our seniors, and we spend time with our seniors, like my good friend Iris Harrigan, 99, but could talk without missing a beat. Gracia Stevens, I was tuning in, making sure she's well informed. My good friend Rocky Smith, Glaston, or Shambler, Romela and Negada. A lot of persons, Madam Speaker, they're listening to us. And I know we have things to say, but we should not keep them up too late at night. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I'm going to end on this note here. We have the Constitutional Review Committees going around having their meetings. I want to encourage everyone to come out to the one in North Sound on Tuesday. It's going to be at the Methodist Church, I think, starting at 5:30. This Constitution is the young people's Constitution. They want to encourage all of them, as many persons, but to come out, do your reading, come out, ask your questions, get involved. It's something you're going to have to live with. So, Madam Speaker, with just those few hours there, I will take my seat so my seniors can go to bed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. I call on the Deputy Premier and Minister for Communication, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the night is fast spent, but I think it's quite fitting for me to say a few words. But we were able to achieve quite a lot, and all these bills should be a benefit to our territory. I also want to say happy Thanksgiving to those that are listening, those that are celebrating, those that are eating ham and turkey. Eat for me and yourself. I like the scripture from 1 Chronicles 29:13, where it says, "And now we thank you, our God, and praise your glorious name." Thank you. We have so much to give thanks for. I know since we stood here in this house before, so many persons have passed on. We have so many grieving families, especially those in the district, those that are sick, those that are shut in. We keep you in our prayers. And I've heard the large member speak about to join in congratulating the team for their efforts over in St. Croix and winning the tournament and their performance and representing the territory well. And I do congratulate them. I also think it's necessary for me to also congratulate the chairman for our youth parliament here in the territory, who accompanied our two youth parliament members, Mr. Stefan McTavius and Ms. Danielle Hodge. They themselves represented the BVI extremely well in their debates at the 11th Commonwealth Youth Parliament in Trinidad. And the topic that they debated was remote workplace. Mr. McTavius, he spoke for the government, and Ms. Danielle Hodge, she was on the opposition. And if you have some time, you can go and replay it on YouTube, but they were exceptional, and you know, it was a proud moment hearing them deliver in the youth parliament. And you know, we acknowledge them and we congratulate them for their efforts, as well as the Minister for Education, who accompanied them and offered the support to them at the youth parliament. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's only fitting that we acknowledge the youth and their drive, their motivation in terms of pushing forth in the political realm. I also think we had a team represented us, I think, also in Trinidad. I'm not sure what it was for. Taekwondo or karate. We also acknowledge them. All this is in reference to representing the BVI on the international regional scene. I know earlier in this year we were at our lowest point globally. What took place and with the events that took place, but the Lord has blessed us, and we are now seeing, us coming to fame at this moment, and hearing the member from the 9th speak about us being recognized, the British Virgin Islands, more specifically Virgin Gorda, as the number 8 place to visit in the world in 2023. I think that should be something we should be proud of. But also, we should also try to make sure infrastructure, as we are trying to do through the Minister of Finance, in terms of making sure that there are enough adequate funding to make sure that our infrastructure, specifically our road infrastructure, is being addressed. And I know with the limited finances that we have within the budgetary allocations, we are trying our best. Though we are in a rainy season, there are a lot of, we have an age-old road infrastructure that we working to modernize, and we've seen the efforts of all the road rehabilitation done through the RDA since the 2019, where we did some road rehabilitation and stabilization. And lastly, we did the Fish Bay Road that can be, would be a model in terms of road rehabilitation moving forward. We already have the designs for the roadways, the road works from Paraquita Bay all the way to Trellis Bay. And as of today, those road works, they're costing up to $10 million to get done. But in the interim, we are working to patch those holes, those potholes that are reoccurring, because what I can say, since being elected, there has been an excess of over about $5 million being spent on asphalt patching. So we continue to try to make the roadways comfortable for motorists and residents and visitors alike. But it's a work in progress. The roadways that have been this way for quite some time, we have all the capabilities, all the plans, everything to get the roads repaired, but simply we are just waiting now to get the funds. And I know when the Minister of Finance speak, he would also say how we are working to get those funds and what we have planned, the plans that are afoot in terms of our road infrastructure. And I know we travel and we see how decent roads are supposed to be, and it's our roads are definitely in a dire state, but we are working to get those addressed, so that when visitors come to our shores, and even us as residents, once we drive on the roadway, we have smooth and proper roadway to drive on. Madam Speaker, I want to briefly also acknowledge the Minister of Finance and the Cabinet and this government for putting forth yet another ease to our residents in terms of the electricity surcharge that we are paying for residential customers. And I know for those persons that saw the relief early in October that derived from their September bills, and we do 50% in October bills, that the consumption that took place in September, October, we'll see, the November bill that we are now paying for the consumption in October, and next month we'll be paying 100% for that consumption that is taking place for November. So when you go into December and you have to purchase your gifts and all that stuff for your friends, families, loved ones. You would have a bit more money in your pocket from the ease, because I've received lots of phone calls and thanks and gratitude for the ease that they have been seeing on their electricity bills, because we know it's a worldwide phenomenon right now in terms of the utility costs. I know I had one gentleman who he owns a house in the USVI, and he said, "Oh boy, if you see my bill over there, you would cry. You want paid." I'm not sure what the bill is, but he was quite happy to see that relief, that 50% surcharge relief on his bill this month, from last month. And Madam Speaker, I know I've also gotten a call or two about complaints where persons have not seen the relief on their bills. What I would do is ask them to visit the BVI Electricity Corporation and have them look into why they hadn't seen that relief on their bills. So persons that are listening, those persons that have not seen that relief, we ask them to go and visit the BVIEC and ask and inquire why the relief was not seen on their bill. But Madam Speaker, again, I just want to reiterate the fact that we have given concessions where we give the 5% across the board for customs import, and we have passed on, and persons were happy with that, and we now doing it for the electricity bills. And I know in a press conference the question was asked if we would see a relief in January, and that would be for the December bill. I know the Minister of Finance said that he would look into it, but I would also advocate for that. I haven't gotten the figure that we've spent so far on the surcharge, but I think that information should be forthcoming, and we'll be able to let the public know exactly how much money was spent in terms of assisting with these surcharges. So, Madam Speaker, again, I just want to speak to my constituents, those that are listening, those that will listen thereafter. Know that I love you. I look forward to the Christmas season, spending time with you, and I always enjoy the conversation, interacting, and I look forward to another year of being your representative, and I thank you for this opportunity where you have put me here to represent you in this honorable house, and I will continue to represent you with dignity and continue to give you my 100% commitment and best in terms of representation and the territory on a whole, based on my portfolio and based on the simply representation. But I just want you to know that I appreciate you, and not sure when we'll get this opportunity again. I wish you everything in one. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Thanksgiving, everything. And I look forward to continuous interaction and being your voice when it comes to this honorable house. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I say thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I take it I will now call on the Premier. You'll go before on okay, Leader of the Opposition. You'll go just before. Honorable Penn, do you wish to? Well, then I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, yeah. Sure about that.
Let me time you.
You're the second most senior member in here. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity for giving my contribution under the business. Madam Speaker, it's been sometime before, since I've got an opportunity. Yeah, not hearing me? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me now? What's that? Okay. Like I said, it's been some time since I had the opportunity to make my contribution on the other business, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution as per the allotted time that we agreed upon. I won't say brief. Madam Speaker, I firstly want to express my sincerest condolences to those persons within my constituency who has lost loved ones quite recently. It's been a very difficult time, particularly in the Eastern Island community. We've lost a significant amount of persons over the last 6 to 8 weeks. We've lost, the Black family itself has experienced tremendous loss, losing Stephanie Black, former senior civil servant, Black Ben, and as well as her niece, Crystal Black. Just this weekend, there were about 2 or 3 funerals in the community. Rose Smith from East End via West End, well, West End via East End. Miss Rose Smith, who passed, and there was a memorial service in the Methodist Church over the weekend. Young Kadim Fred, who lost his life not too long ago in Fort Hawks Bay. He was laid to rest. And we have the upcoming funeral of Elret Dozin, as we all know him as. Dozin, one of regular staple in the tourism space, and someone who has contributed significantly to both tourism and construction in his territory, will be laid to rest in St. Thomas, the USVI. He was really representative of the Greater Virgin Islands. Worked many of his years in St. Thomas and also made his contribution in his hometown of Long Look and the entire Virgin Islands. I want to give condolences to the Thomas family on the passing of Dozin. And my cousin, Miss Melvina Fred, who will be laid to rest on the 28th. Henry will be laid to rest on the 28th of this month, which is Monday. I want to express condolences to the family of Miss Fred. And we also laid to rest Shirley Davies, with the Premier, and I attended that funeral, who worked at the bakery. Williams Dale Davies, a staple in our community, someone who made significant contribution through her entrepreneurship and just her overall good spirit in the way that she conducted herself within the community and interacted with persons on a daily basis. I sincerely want to wish condolences to the family of Shirley and Teacher Perkins, one of my dear friends who taught in the high school and the primary school for many years, music. Great individual, very loving person, always down to earth, engaging. Just an overall loss for the community and the territory, all these individuals that we've lost in our community. And as I remember, Kenmore Smith, who was the son of Miss Ella Smith. My dear friend Ella was one of the oldest persons in our community. Had to put her son to rest just recently, and I want to express sincere condolences to the Smith family for that loss in our community. So we have a lot of things that we've lost, a lot of persons, and we have a lot to give thankful for, as well as the leader of our deputy premier said. But we need to keep those families and hold them up in our prayers during this very difficult time. And in all those persons throughout the entire territory who've lost loved ones, I believe that we have a responsibility to help support our people during the Christmas season. It's always difficult during the Christmas season to lose a loved one. When there's a time for family and a time for sharing, to lose your family during the Christmas season is always a difficult thing as you reflect. But I want us to keep those families in our prayer. Speaker, I want to touch on a couple of areas, particularly in the ministry that I have the responsibility for. And lastly, but by no means least, I want to touch on District 8 and the concerns in that district. Madam Speaker, we have transitioned with the grant program, and we just tonight officially passed the policy that governs our district offices and how we will support and work with our constituency. And I want to continue to encourage persons to apply to the Social Development Department. for those persons who need support. I know persons have applied and many persons who've gotten help. I know there have been some difficulties in some areas, but I'm asking that we work collectively to ensure that the people that need help get the help that they need. I know it's always difficult during the Christmas season. There are persons who are less fortunate than others who are going through some difficult times. We have to do our best, our utmost best, to ensure that those persons, as much as they can, get the support that they need as they move forward, Madam Speaker. So I want to encourage persons to apply. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about NHI and HSA. Two areas that are under my remit, and two areas that for all intents and purposes get a lot of scrutiny publicly. I want to firstly talk about HSA and the work that the HSA team is doing. I think it was Minister Deputy Premier, just a few weeks ago, I think we were at the facility when there was an incident there. We went there to look for someone or a family member who was experiencing some difficulty. And you saw the team there at work. I can't remember the name of the nurses that was there. It seemed to be a heightened day that night, had a lot of traffic. And you just saw the dedication and the diligence of the two doctors that were on duty. I couldn't remember the name of one doctor, Dr. Kelly, and I couldn't remember the name of the young lady who was on duty, the doctor was on duty. But if it comes back to me, I'll mention it. Yeah, and the two nurses, a gentleman and a young lady who was working on the shift. And you saw the diligence and the attention to care that they gave to persons who came in. There was some person that came in from Butchingwater, and persons that came in on the flight that were not feeling well, some kids that were sick. And you saw the attention, and they tried their best to turn the support around. I mean, you don't see that often. You often hear the negative stories about the HSA and what is not going right. But there are a lot of things going right, and I wanted to publicly recognize the staff, the hard-working, dedicated staff of the HSA, those persons who continue to work and go above and beyond the call of duty to provide service and quality service to the people of this territory and to the public, persons who are in need of healthcare and health and support in this territory. Madam Speaker, it's not perfect. There are challenges, and since I've taken the responsibility of minister, we've developed a strategy to help to address and try our best to support and address those challenges with the Health Services Authority. Healthcare and the delivery of healthcare in the time of COVID and the time of the challenge that we've experienced is extremely difficult. And it requires a level of dedication that we need to be able to push through this very difficult time of healthcare delivery in our territory. So I want to encourage the staff, those persons who continue to contribute and give their all to the service of healthcare in this territory. I am committed, and this government, and we've had discussions on the cabinet level, at the caucus level, of some of the changes that we have to make to be able to deliver the level of service that we need. We've started the process of a review of our infrastructure in terms of the medical and equipment at the healthcare facility and how we could address those issues with those equipments. And there is going to be a comprehensive review, Premier and Minister of Finance, once we're able to get the adjustments made, to make the funds available to do that comprehensive review, to make the necessary changes at the Health Services Authority. Today we publish, we are recruiting memberships for the board of both the HSA and the Social Security Board. That advertisement went out publicly today, and I want to encourage persons in the territory, qualified persons, to apply to be members on both the HSA board and the Social Security Board, because there needs to be some changes, and there will be some changes, and there needs to be some adjustments, because while we see the efforts and the efforts of some persons within the institution, we need to go the next step, and we're going to make those tough changes and those tough decisions to ensure that those facilities are run effective and are run efficiently to deliver the level of service that is so desperately required both of those facilities to the people of this territory. Same goes for NHI. There are some reviews that are being conducted. Specific policy directive was given in terms of the legislative changes that are necessary to be made to be able to effect the change that's needed to make NHI effective and efficient. The Cabinet and the House of Assembly made a decision to provide the necessary funding as a stopgap measure to really deal with some of the arrears and some of the concerns with NHI. And we are going to continue to fix those issues, and I intend to have those issues addressed at the earliest once we're able to get the review. There's a relationship, a symbiotic relationship between both NHI and HSA that is required to be fixed, and we are working to make sure that that is addressed. Speaker, I'm halfway there, so. District 8, Madam Speaker. I often count it as a privilege, an immense privilege. And before I go to District 8, I want to talk about quickly social development. Waste Management Unit. I want to commend Mr. Nibbs, Neville Allen, Mr. Nibbs, and the team at Waste Management. For the last month and a half, the team has been going out, team who has not been working, that is not their regular duty, to clean the bush and cut the bush across the main roads around this territory. They've gone out religiously and they've committed themselves and their time to do this, splitting time between the bush cutting and their regular duties. I want to publicly recognize Supervisor Nibbs for his efforts to keep the place and our country clean as we go into this tourism season, as we go into a season of festiveness, and we need to be able to present, and this is not the BVI that we know. I know that there's some programs coming up, and we have to do a better job, and I think moving forward, based on the approach that we're taking, we're going to be able to better maintain the road and byways going forward. And Premier, we have to move quickly to get that program in place, to ensure that the program that we've discussed, the rated program, I had about 15 persons between yesterday and today sign up at my district office to be able to be part of that process and be part of that program. I want to encourage more persons who are unemployed or underemployed to come to the office. The forms are there, my secretary is there waiting. She'll ably assist you, walk with your ID and relevant information to get yourself signed up and get ready to work and help us to restore our beautiful Virgin Islands, because it's important for all of us to do our part of restoration of this territory. The issue in our communities are many. I think we have, and mainly chief among those is the roads. My colleagues hear me and hear my cries loud and clear in the caucus meetings, in the cabinet meetings, WhatsApp. I won't be as harsh as I am in those meetings here publicly, but let the public know that I am not no different than I was over there sitting on the other side in terms of my advocacy for my community. Because at the end, there's no traitor. There's never a traitor when you're fighting for the people. When you're fighting for the people, you fight for the people. So I don't know where that traitor talk come from. I ain't no traitor for the people. My focus is to do what is in the best interest of the people always. I said when I came here, and I said this to the Premier, I am not going to be one who just acquiesces and just toe the line. We have to do what is right and do right by our people of the territory. Mr. Speaker, I am tired. I am tired of the 8th and 7th district being the butt of everyone's joke on social media when it comes to the road. Everywhere you go, if it's a joke about a road or a hole, it's a reference to the 7th and 8th district. It was funny the first 2 or 3 times, but it's become no longer funny. I have said to the minister and the member, whatever we need to do to address this issue of the roads, we need to address the issue of the roads in our community. We can't just take the patch and go approach. It's obviously not sustainable, and it's too costly for us in the long run. We have to bite the bullet and take a comprehensive approach to fixing the roads once and for all in our community.
You know, and I've seen the designs, and I've seen designs for years. I've seen quantities for years, but I need to see action on the ground. We need to see proper infrastructure, proper drainage. The issue is water in the roads. Yeah, exactly. And you know, you from up there. You always up there. You from right over there. You know, and these are the concerns that we are faced in that community. We have to get it addressed once and for all. And you have my support to address it, but let's just do it. The people of the district feel like they have done something wrong to the government of the Virgin Islands. Why is it that all roads do not get any attention? And I have to tell you, colleague, I'm not a cynic, far from it, but I was starting to feel the same way at some point. So we have to find a way, and I'm working with you. We have to find the money to get these things addressed. But we have to fix the roads in the 8th and 8th district. We can't use the excuse anymore about sewage. That cannot be the excuse anymore. We have to fix the roads. Let's get the roads fixed. And I want to commend the work that, and if you pay attention, once you take the time, spend the funds to get the roads done right the first time, they last. All the roads that we did prior to 2017 hurricanes during the 2015 period, after publicly acknowledged the minister, then Minister, for Honorable Mark Vanterpool. Look at the roads. The road that were done from the bridge to Paramtown, there's not one pothole in that road. The road subsequent roads, you patch them 24/7. The roads going over the hills where those roads were done, where the drainage and the proper engineering was done, they last. They cost a little more, but they last. We need to take the same approach to address those roads in the same fashion. The same issue with the runoff of the water, and how to get this addressed. And I know the minister has worked to develop the designs, to get those things done, Minister. We have to work feverishly, get the bids out, get the drawings out, and get the Minister of Finance from the 7th District. I can't see him not assigning the money. And it's not a matter of just the 7th or the 8th district, it's the entire territory. So we have to figure out how to get the roads done and engineered properly. And you see the work that was done with the $65 million road program. It speaks to what can happen when you put the funding and put the proper engineering in place to address those roads in the territory. Yeah? No, that wasn't yours. That was approved under the last administration. It's the money that's being spent till this day. It was approved in 2018. So that's the money that was done in the last administration. And we saw the Fish Bay Road is a product of that. The works that were done then, the roads that were done all through the hillsides that maintained integrity during the serious rains that we just had. I think we need to move in that same direction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, quickly, I have a few more things before I wrap up. In my district, Madam Speaker, the bridge, I see that we're progressing, and you can't just talk all the negative. There's some good things that are happening, and I think we need to highlight those good things that are happening. The Fisherman Dock is progressing. I see that particular facility is nearing completion. And I'm hopeful that we get that completed in time for the new year. And the planned premise that we need to ensure, and the minister is not here, and I'm sure he'll hear the replay, a proper maintenance process for that dock, a proper process for how persons could access the dock, and ensure that there's not an issue of confusion in terms of between the boaters on that dock. So we need to ensure that those things are in place before we officially open that facility up in East End. But it's a long-awaited dock, and I think it's important for us to really finally get that commissioned and provide opportunity for the fishermen and persons who are both enthusiasts in our community and who I know are looking forward to having a proper facility in our community once and for all. I have to also support my colleague, the member for the 9th District on Trailers Bay. It's a tourism season. Trailers Bay has been the hub for tourism in our territory, but not just that, but so many people from our sister islands come and go there on a daily basis. I see them when they come down on the boat.
I feel so ashamed sometimes, most times, when the water is raining and they have to battle navigating the rain and get into the car or get into a taxi. It's really unbecoming for a country that is boasting the budgets that we have. I work with a local designer to come up with a basic design just for us to get something in place, to get persons in a secure environment, proper lighting on the dock and so forth. It's with the tourist board. It's been with the tourist board now for several years, and we have to move that permit. That is too important for us. We have to commence the communication and walks, the parking lots and the docks in our area. We need to have that place cleaned up. If we want to welcome tourists, this is the time when the tourists come into our territory. Thanksgiving really is the start really of that influx of persons from the United States, mainly in Europe, that comes into our territory, and many of them go through Trailers Bay to go to number 8. Is it number 8? Number 8, best place to visit, and that's not what we want to present to our people. We have to do better about that. And member for the 5th and Minister for Communication Works, let's work on getting that area cleaned up as best as we can. I know we have restrictions and requirements with the Procurement Act, but there's some challenges, but there are also ways that we could get those things done. It brings me to my last and final point, Madam Speaker. We have to ensure, moving forward, in terms of the process which our public officers have to operate under. There's a level of scrutiny like never before. And I remember my colleague, the member for the 5th, spoke about persons are afraid to even do their job, do their basic jobs, and how they operate within the system currently. We have a responsibility to ensure that the process is clear. I think we did this, the small committee that was led by the leader of opposition, we did this. We established a process under which constituency office should function. And the same has to be true for the way that public officers should do their jobs. There need to be clear standard operating procedures under which public officers should function, particularly as it pertains to procurement and the new procurement rules that are going to be put in place, or that have been put in place, and have been passed into law currently. We have to have a better way of transition. Because you don't want, the last thing that we want to hear again is another public officer being charged with breach of trust for executing their duties in good faith, based on a policy directive from the government, and saying that they're not following a process. But you've not outlined the process. There's no clear standing operating procedures for how this process should be followed. You know, and we know for a fact that there are many legislations that have been passed in this House, has been assented to, has been gazetted, and the process within the ministries and departments have not changed. There needs to be a process for ensuring that new legislation, new processes, and the standing operating procedures are extremely clear so public officers could perform their duties as they go about their daily activity, so that persons could work efficiently and effectively in performing their duties without fear of being scrutinized or fear of being said that they're not performing their duties in an upright manner. And we have to be very careful in terms of how we approach this. So I want to encourage us in Premier. I know we have the CIO position. All 3 words, but they mix up in a different way. 3 letters, yeah. The CIO position. And that position, Premier, has a responsibility or the remit to assist with ensuring that those standard operating procedures are put in place for any new legislation, for any process within government. I know that when I was there, and I was the head of the government strategy, that process was started. All the legislations were looked at. It was buttressed against what process they have currently operating within the ministries to ensure we improve the processes, to have clear processes in terms of across the board in all the areas of function and functionality. That has to be the case going forward. And we have to ensure that the integrity of the system maintains, and ensure that the integrity of the good, hard-working, God-fearing public servants who come to work every day, perform their duties with integrity and diligence, should not be worried about themselves being under scrutiny or being charged or being brought before the court for a breach of trust based on a process. And that's what we're hearing through the show. People are afraid and very slow to perform their functions moving forward. So, Speaker, I would stop there because I know I've gone a few minutes over my time, but I just want to say, if I don't have the opportunity to say this again before, have Merry Christmas to you and the entire team, and I don't know how the budget debate is going to go and all the details with that. So when you have opportunity to speak, you speak. I want to wish you and your family well. I know we have our little shindig coming up soon, and I look forward to having and have festive time with you and your family and my family at our event. But again, I want to thank the people of the district who have also always bestowed their trust and confidence in me over the last 10 years. It's always a pleasure to stand here and represent them and sit between the corridors of this house and wherever I sit, represent their interests in matters of state, matters of our community, and I will continue to represent and fight for their interests as long as they give me the opportunity to stand on their behalf. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I call on the Territorial at-Large Member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to say these few words. It has been a difficult year, a difficult 2 or 3 years, and there are a number of persons that have lost, a number of families have lost loved ones. I'd like to pay special sympathy to all the families, but my dear cousin Maria Dawson, a blessed memory now. I have worked with her, I've been around her, and she has done this territory very well in terms of her entrepreneurship. And I think that the way in which she's carried herself, the way in which she has developed the enterprise on which she set out to is recommendable. And I think that it's a family tradition, it will seem, as I have said. So I look forward to sending a tribute for the booklet, because I think her legacy, and that is which she left, would be fully remembered. I'll go very quickly, and because I speak now because when we come next, we'll have the budget address, 2 weeks of standing finance, and the debate right now is slated for the 20th. I am scheduled, so I give advance notice that I'll schedule to go. So I'm not sure. Unless I speak first under that, then I may not have an opportunity to. So I'd like to be able to say a few things. I would look in terms of encouraging everyone to support the Fungi Fest. So unless you're listening now, you wouldn't even get this particular invitation. The Fungi Fest is tomorrow. We also have the Christmas tree lighting ceremonies in Virgin Gorda with the Lions and Lions in Tortola. And I know the Rotary threw in one for the Fungi Fest. So we'll have to make sure that we support all of these activities. You'll have to look in terms of what other public events. I think the Premier will say his particular part. There's also the Lobster Fest. Lobster Fest. It is always on the lobster Fest. Lobster. I go in watching all, yes. So the whole thing is this. I'm from up east, so that's right. That's what we talk. So we offer support in this. Now, these things all seem as if they're normal and natural. But if you remember, by late 2020 and even 21, you could not do these things. The world wide could not do these things. I mean, I still get a lot of ridicule for as if I caused coronavirus, as if I'm the only one, well, BVI was the only one who had to take the measures that they had to take. So folks have it as if this was a, they have me as if it was, I was Fosse. Yeah, he just retired. Huh? Fauci. Well, okay, so the whole thing is that these things are what we have. So, Madam Speaker, there are some, I have offered myself, before I go there, I join, remember, for the 8, in terms of making sure that the Trellis Bay Transit Center go beyond the planning stage, as you say, into a particular area, because I have my sister island visits, and I often go there. Either I ride up by the actual car on the barge, or I go from the particular pier, I go to the different areas, and there is an establishment there. You can't advertise establishment, but there's one there I love. I go on the deck and I enjoy myself. The sunshine, not any stiff drink. The sunshine, just on the deck, and just enjoy myself. I also join in terms of making sure that the port or the streets, the highway from the airport and to the airport, that we get rid of this. You see, if you're in this trade long enough, if you're in this business long enough, you see history repeating itself. We lost the election in 2003, and one of the biggest, there were 2 things up there. Number one, we couldn't flush. And number 2, we were waiting for the roads to be repaired before we repaired them. Before the sewage. We were waiting for the sewage to be put in place before we repaired the roads. Well, there was a third. We were hammered for speed bumps. You have more speed bumps than you had now. The sewage still, you still won't be able to flush. And the roads are still bad. History is repeating itself. I don't know how you could do this in the next 2 months, because the money simply in there. But you have a problem. I told the minister before that we have to put the lift station in, because once that lift station goes in and you get it down to Paraquita Bay, you could put one house at a time. But until I see that lift station in, I ain't counting no flush. That money have to go. And wherever that contract is to get that lift station in Long Swamp put in, it has to be done, because or else you're not impressing me with that. Don't care what pipes you put in. That lift station, what it is, the member is here urging me to say I'm number 1 in the number 2 business. But I put that aside. Yes, another system. Madam Speaker, I want to speak specifically on the Constitution review process. And before I forget, we have 3 meetings coming up shortly, and then there should be a new schedule. Tuesday, November 29th at the Methodist Church in North Sound. Sunday, December 4th at the Claudia Creaky Education Center in Anagada. Wednesday, December 7th at the Jocelyn Dyke Methodist Church it is critical that I take just a briefing on this, because if I have nothing else, because my wife accused me of becoming laser focused when I am on some particular subjects. When I was doing some of the projects, she said, well, look, it's best I go away because you ain't studying nothing else. And that's how maybe I get things done, right? I can remember 3 or 4 projects I do, and I had to become laser focused. I become laser focused on this Constitution Review Commission process. And while the numbers are, quote unquote, picking up in terms of the participation, I am saying we have to become even more involved in this process. It is critical, it's crucial. Madam Speaker, before I forget, I'm going to say, these process need to be publicly aired. I said this to the commission over and over. Every time I get up to speak, in fact, last night, they get so used to me now, they invite me up to speak. First, they used to say, well, we ain't letting you speak. Now they invited me up to speak last night. And this is what I said to them. Because the COI had 444 days to do their research, do their report, and they delivered it on that April 29th. They gave our team 30 days, 35 days, whatever it was, to quote unquote agree to all of the recommendations, save for the fact that they will hold a guillotine over our heads, and it's our head. That constitutional order that they signed, it cuts your neck off, that they signed on June 9th, 2022, which basically puts the entire control of this country into the hands of the governor. And it is sitting there. And I said, I'm going to say it the way I say it all the time, on a dressing table, on a nightstand, in a desk, something which is not fair, is not proper. It needs to be removed so that we can have a proper review of all of the terms and conditions. And people will say to me, they have the right, they have the power to do it. And I agree. They have the power to unilaterally take away our Constitution, and they partially did that, save for gazetting it. And yet, we have 16 persons going around the country to recommend to them what you want in the Constitution. Well, what about giving us what we had? What about giving us what we had? Because we don't know what you're going to return when you come. Now, these are the difficult subjects that a lot of people don't want to talk about. But at the end of the day, if somebody don't say it, how is it going to be said? Everybody thinking it and nobody wants to say it. It is wrong. The order in council needs to be reversed. And all of those persons who pass it under pressure right now, let my people go or you'll continue being under pressure. You can't do this in today's society. No, what do we have to do? Because everyone talk about self-determination, whether or not self-determination. So I explain to people again that we have a concept where if you speak about self-determination, you're speaking about independence. I'm telling folks wherever I go, that is not so. You can determine that you don't want nothing else other than a few changes to the status that you have now. But you can't keep begging the UK to be more kind to you if they say we ain't doing nothing else for you, constitutionally wise. They've given us a set of administrative directions. They have overstepped in terms of areas that have been devolved to ministers and ministries. They have now taken it out and basically telling you what to do, how to do it. I just want to make sure that the policies are followed, and just like how we developed today the constituency offices, and if we follow it, then the particular manager of the purse, what's your post called again? Of, controlling the purse. The accounting officer wouldn't have to be scared. She's sitting there scared and say, well, I'm going to have to study this like the Bible because I can't afford. No, that's what she said. I can't afford to make any errors on this because the kind of charges and how easy they put in charges on you, you have to be mindful. And I don't blame her. You have to be mindful. So I will try to stay within the limits of what has been decided. But here you are, 444 days to complete the report, 30 days to accept everything without the opportunity to go back to your people properly, or else you would have this guillotine released. And they gave the Constitution team 1 year to prepare their report. They won't pass through this House, I think, until September, October. They were officially approved. They started the public consultation November 1st. They plan to end it either mid or late December. And I told them, no, it can't be. All members or cabinet members, the ministers, are so busy in their offices, they don't have time right now to, quote unquote, promote the involvement necessary by the citizens the way that they should. And I'm not going to come here and say they don't care about it, because they do. Every one of them. They care because they don't want the particular consequences of it. But they have offices to run, districts to represent, and the citizens are out there because they go and we will do. I think we did ourselves an injustice, because the same thing I feared is what is happening. We had an opportunity to put 10 measures in the main terms, so that when the Constitution body go and speak, they could enlist all of what we need to look at in the Constitution. And I'm going to be able to expand what I want to say even more at some other time, because I don't have the time now to do it. Yes, I understand that. But the fact is that one of the main features of what I am preaching is that if we're going to get our residents or voters or people who care about this country to have confidence in governance of our people, by our people, we have to put provisions in there that give them a sense of control over elected representatives. And it must go into the Constitution. I don't know all of the answers, but there is some debate that must go on. Referendums, recalls, term limits. There is a specific part that is specific to Anegada and Jost van Dyke. There are areas in terms of the public officials. How do we get the best out of the public officials so that they can be trained properly, the proper budgets for it? And there's some other measures that must be put in there in order for us as a people to move to the other step, or else 1962 to now, and you still have folks saying, you ain't ready. $400 million a year, 1.6 every 4 years. And I asked the question, who is helping us raise, who is giving us grants? No one. Who built our airports? We did. Or seaports? We did. Or hospitals? We did. Or administration building? We did. Or roads? Although they need fixing now. We did. Or schools? We did. Or colleges? We did. And yet we ain't ready. We're the only person who believes that we ain't ready, because every time we go for assistance, for anything, they tell us you have too much money. You're doing too much. Dominica needed it. Grenada needed it. Everybody else other than us. And we're the only ones saying we ain't ready. The only thing lacking, Madam Speaker, and I'll be finished very shortly, only thing lacking is that confidence in governance of our people, by our people. I have no problem in holding on to minority positions. I've done it all my life. And when I'm wrong, I invite people to stop me. Because when I'm right, everybody take the credit for being right. But I will hold the minority position until somebody said, well, Calvin, you're wrong. Or prove it. Because I always have been told I'm wrong. This don't make sense. But listen carefully. Governance of our people, by our people, people lack trust in that. Unless we can get provisions in the Constitution that give the people of the Virgin Islands a sense of control, then we will never be able to get them to agree that we need to take that next step. And we'll always be there telling the British what all they can't do. I mean, they can't do it, and it's theirs. I have an order. They go in, they take it away, and now they're having 16 people telling you what you want to return. Madam Speaker, I would stop there, and I'm going to say again, have a pleasant, happy Christmas, Christmas greetings, New Year greetings, holiday greetings, because you know we have faith. We have all faith that is in there. I am passionate about making sure that we ready the Constitution for the next step that we must take. That step that we must take. And the people can't wait another 55 years talking about. I'll say one more thing. Yesterday, I think it was in Virgin Gorda, we went to the 6th grade and the 5th grade, and we told the students that the next Constitution is yours. You're the ones who are going to be there in 2040, 2050, 2060. So come to the particular session in Virgin Gorda. Even up to last night, I beat myself over the head for not having them take a picture with the commission so that they can have it as a record that they were there when the most progressive constitution was advised and passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I call on the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last Thursday, while we were in the House, I got a message telling me that Maria Dawson had passed. I went to see her a few days earlier, so it wasn't. Yeah, it doesn't work good when we have to share. Yes, Madam Chair. I said last Thursday while we were at our sitting, this same sitting, I got a message telling me that Maria Dawson had passed. It wasn't like totally surprised because I had gone to see her a few days earlier, and I knew that the day was coming. Maria was my cousin, and I'll tell you how. Because her mother and my mother were brother and sister children. Yes, she's a Forbes from Sikausbe. But one of the things I noticed when I came to Tortola, Madam Speaker, in the early 90s, I noticed there were some women in Tortola who were entrepreneurial, who had literally stepped out ahead of their husbands as far as development in real estate was concerned and business. And Maria was one of those. She was a person that it was impossible to deny. That hotel that she developed, she did it from scratch, right in the middle of town. And there were people who came to Tortola to do business, and they would tell you how important that hotel was. It was the only midtown hotel. You could walk from there to any business meeting that you came to Tortola to have, unlike the others that were resorts somewhere else. There's something that I remembered about her and that business that she has. The business she had. Sometime in the administration from 2007 to 2011, I was high on trying to develop the Rotong Harbor, doing some work in the area of the ferry terminal. So the development called for some reclamation in the waters outside of her establishment. And she opposed it vehemently. And I couldn't understand, so I said to her, listen, whatever reclamation we do will be yours. You have rights of first refusal to it. She said, yeah, but then my place would no longer be Maria's by the Sea. I said, from then on, I said, I can't go with you. You're right. You're right. I mean, there's nothing to argue. So that's why you see it still like the way it is. I mean, but I have a lot of time for her children, her kids, and I will talk to them about how I feel about Maria and her vision and what I think they are to do, responsibilities are. But my condolences to all the family members that are survivors, family members, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my good friend from the 9th District, he mentioned the fact that the Virgin Gorda Seaport Terminal is not accepting, it's not a port of entry. That's right? Yes. I can't understand that, Madam Speaker. I just can't understand it. Apart from the fact that he might be able to tell me, but I wouldn't go there. But I can't understand it. I know that some months ago I went to Jos van Dyke, and there were talk about whether it's open or people have to go to West End to go to Jos van Dyke and all that, but I noticed that you can go directly to Jos van Dyke. But Virgin Gorda? No. I don't think the Premier knows about it. Oh, it's open now? Okay, well, you gotta tell the member. Potholes, Madam Speaker. Potholes in the territory. I listened to the member for the 8th District talk, but he's right. You gotta talk about his area. I talk about mine. And I think that I went west last night. It wasn't all bad, because What I said is that they should paint the bush on the side of the road so you could keep to the side. The road, the bush got the road just marked out nice and neat. Paint the bush so you can keep to the side. I didn't drop in any potholes last night. But, Madam Speaker, the minister spoke about he has the plan, but he just need the money, just need the funds. I am here to tell the minister now that the TIF, I have seen no indication of any withdrawals from drawdown from the TIF. A little bit, some, but you still got money in the TIF. Pardon me? Yeah, but you guys spend it now. You're talking about the 2023 budget. You need it now. The TIF is there. That's what it's there for. And for years, other administrations has taken the money that's supposed to go into the TIF and did other things with it. I don't know what it did with it. But I'm glad that it came back. And the purpose of the TIF is to make sure that our roads are passable. So I'm offering that advice to you to pressure your financial secretary, your minister of finance, to get the TIF and get these holes fixed. Because I don't think that we could continue to wait to get that get these roads fixed. Bush cutting. Excuse me. Bush cutting, Madam Speaker. I'm saying this because I'm just saying what I heard. I'm hearing it coming through one ear, busting my brains, coming through my nostril. It would not come out through the other ear. Most people think go through one ear and come out the other. But for me, it's in here ringing all the time. When you gonna cut the bush? The bush is killing me. Honorable Fraser, I know you had a program cutting bush. What are you gonna do this time around? We can't get out from our house and all that stuff. I understand that the government is working on a program. I want you to tell the people about this program. Don't leave it for me to get crucified out there about something I don't know. I don't know anything about the program. All I know is that I'm hearing there's a program. Tell the people what you're going to do. Because we cannot sustain what's happening right now. Especially coming off last year. Last year, we had a program. There was a program. There was a program. Every member in this house know about it. Coming on to Christmas, and it ran just about the end of December. Everywhere in this territory was clean, whistle clean. And you weren't in the government, and you saying it, so you know, everybody know it was. Imagine what the members of the government could say about that program. It was spotless. I'm not saying that the premier here is going to be able to emulate that program, but what I'm saying is that the people have gotten used to it, and they're expecting it. So you have to do something, premier. You got to come up with something. Yeah, I know, boy. Yeah, I know. Madam Speaker, the Senior Citizens Program. I'm speaking to the minister on this. The Senior Citizens Program. I have a friend up in the east, and I went to see my friend, and I asked my friend if they're still going to the Senior Citizen Program at the community center, and he told me that the program is no longer at the center. So they go down to Carrot Bay. I said, Carrot Bay? What happened to Rotown? He said, that one is closed too. I know Sikorsby is closed, so I wouldn't mention Sikorsby, only if I wanted to be provocative. And then they said Carrot Bay moved to West End. But when I heard why Rotown is closed, because they got some government offices in there? Nah, listen. Yeah, I know they're out there saying that he in there because he's talking for his people, his old people. Yeah, I'm talking about the old people, for the old people, because if God help you to get old, you'll thank me then. If God help you to get old, you'll thank me then. But I know, right now, back in the 90s, the 90s, 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 90 those senior citizen programs were the jewel of the government. They talk about them with pride. Those people were looking forward to go to those centers. Now, tell me where the centers are. You don't have one in East End Longlook. You don't have one in Rotown. You don't have one in Seacows Bay. You don't have one in this place, Brose Bay. You don't have one in Virgin Gorda. Anegada. You don't have one in Carib Bay because you moved that to West End. So the only senior citizen program at all is West End.
My apologies, Leader of the Opposition. If we could just take a quick recess, please.
A quick recess?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I'll take a recess.
We'll just take a quick recess.
Like I said, I don't remember where I finished, so I got to start over.
This House now resumes its sitting. Yes, Leader of the Opposition, my apologies again. You may continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a little nuisance that I need to mention. It should be something that the police and between the police and solid waste they can clear that up. either tonight or early tomorrow morning. That's how simple it is. But it's still a nuisance. It's weeks. Now, I've been seeing a vehicle parked on the sidewalk, partially on the sidewalk and partially in the street. And this is not a side road, this is Drake's Highway, right adjacent to Sills Dry Goods. I passed the vehicle there the first time. I said, well, this guy is careless. I mean, he doesn't care about the people who walk on the sidewalk. Not that the bush care, but I mean, he doesn't care either. So I go up, it's there. I come back, it's still there. This is 2 weeks ago. And every day, the vehicle is still there. Up to this morning, I passed there, the vehicle is still there. I said, well, it is not like somebody went into their home, run into their home and they just park up there. This thing is there permanent. So I think that between the police, who can ticket it, I don't know if they have the facility to tow vehicles away. But if they ticket it, at least the person will probably get the message to move the vehicle. Our solid waste need to go and remove the vehicle. But there has to be some facility in the community to deal with matters like that. I don't think, Madam Speaker, that the residents need to contact me, which they have, about this nuisance. So I'm just putting it out there that I don't expect to see the vehicle still there tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, because it's out there now. Whoever owns the vehicle, I mean, it's not as if I don't know the owner. I do know who the owner is. But I'm not going to put that on blast. But I think they should go and move the vehicle off the street. If it's broken, it shouldn't cost too much to have it removed. And if the police has to do what they have to do, they'll do it. But remove your vehicle. That's simple. Be nice. But, Madam Speaker, there are some things in our community that will never get fixed unless the government fixes it. There's some things. And whether the government feels that they're legally responsible for it or not, it becomes a social matter that the government has to get involved in. Just like social development getting involved in support, helping people get through the day. The Virgin Islands is a funny place, Madam Speaker. People purchase property, purchase a plot of land that someone went and took an estate and subdivided. So people purchase a plot on that estate, and they would build their homes on the estate. And in my community, in my district in particular, I had just a common philosophy that no one should be uncomfortable getting to and from their home. So what I would do is go on the estate and pave the roads. Yeah, I paved, going Parkwood Pond, Harbors. I paved those roads up in the hills and the Hanoers and about the place, and throughout wherever people build a home, I paved the road. So the homeowners get to believe that it's a government road. But the truth of the matter is it's an estate road. It's not a government road. It belongs to the estate. The government has no obligation other than the fact that as a good representative who love their constituents, we go in there and pave the roads. But they're not government roads. And that is common. Palestina, all over, same thing. For which I get a lot of flack for and all kind of stuff. I get a lot of flack. But what is happening, Madam Speaker, is some of the landowners undermine the road, and the road cave in. And when that happens, it requires to have a retaining wall. So, like I said, the road doesn't belong to the landowners, the people who own the plot. The road belongs to the person who subdivided the estate. It's a private road. But again, it's a danger to the motorists when the road caves in. I have such a situation. I have two situations like that right now. I have such a situation in Cocodella. Madam Speaker, where the road caved in, and this has been going on for a few years now. I brought it to the attention of the government. But the government being new, like I said, it's going on for several years now. The government was new, or the minister was new, and he wouldn't have known all the nuances of our society. He would just scratch his head and wonder where I'm going to get the money from to do that and all kind of stuff and all this. There was a time, Madam Speaker, 10 years ago maybe, as a district representative, you would find a way between the ministry and the Ministry of Finance and all the rest to find a way to get the finances to erect that wall. But now today things are so different. Things are different now. What are we supposed to do is the question. I'm sure what I'm talking about is happening in more than one district. Shepherd Hill. What are we supposed to do, Madam Speaker? We cannot allow our citizens to live their lives in danger. We cannot allow that. If we allow that, Madam Speaker, then we might as well go home and stay home. Let another group come in, do the same thing, and then they go home and stay home, because what you're saying to me is government is helpless. If government can't help its people, then what's the use of having a government? We have to find a way collectively. It is not a third district problem. It is not a second district or fifth district problem. It's a territory problem. We have to find a way to fix it. And it comes right back to the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, your ears must be ringing, but you're asked for the job. It's not easy. You got to find the money. Then there's a wall that collapsed in Manuel a few months ago. It's still laying in the road, blocking half the road. Again, on an estate, residents are asking me, what am I doing about the wall? Now granted, there are real issues with that particular wall, because I know we could have taken that wall up. The same day it fell, maybe not the same day, but the following day we could have taken the wall up. But the problem is the liabilities that are attached to removing that wall. If we remove that wall, there's a strong possibility that the rest of the land will slide. And if that happens, then who's responsible? We're responsible because we took the wall up. You see? The wall is sitting there and nothing happened. There's no slide. No slide. You go and remove that wall and the slide, you took the wall up where you want it. So, again, but that does not absolve the government of a responsibility to look out for its citizens. And I'm not sure that I know exactly how to go about doing it in this new environment, this new COI environment. I don't know if I know exactly how to go about doing it, whether there's some form of, and even our laws don't come, I mean, the COI don't recognize our laws anyway. I was going to say we can get the AG to work with us and draft some legislation that would absolve the government from liability and absolve the government from the critical questions, because there are those who believe that if it's private, there should be no public money being spent on it at all. And I came out of a culture, Madam Speaker, with people like Ralph O'Neill and Laverty Stout, and those guys who believe in helping people. And you would, if you go around this territory, Madam Speaker, everywhere you go and you see concrete or asphalt, this government did it. And our citizens live better. Now there are those who believe that, oh, we're spending people money on people's property and all this. But 10 years from now, they're going to regret saying that, because when they're trying to get from one place, from point A to point B, and they realize they can't get there, then they're going to realize, well, who's supposed to pave this road? I'm telling you, Madam Speaker, when an individual takes his 40 acres of land and cut it up into 80 pieces, each a half acre each 80 pieces, and he sells those 80 plots of land, he walks away. He walks away. And you got 2 miles of road to pave. Who's going to pave it? You think those homeowners are going to pave it? You think that estate owner is coming back to pave it? No. It's going to stay just like that. And in the past, I'm telling people, the government used to pave it. That ain't going to happen in the future, if the mentality of the people continue to be the way it is coming out of COVID. That's food for thought. And that's why you see that wall sitting down there in Manuel, in the middle of the road. I know whoever's going to run for the next for the next election in the 3rd district going to come, oh, Fraser could have taken that wall up, you could have taken. So, yeah. I wouldn't say, come here. Just the same way they go around saying that, I had a guy said something the other day, and I started pointing out to him the things that are in the 3rd district, and he was like, oh, really? Yeah, really. You build ball fields. You build community centers, you build schools, and they don't maintain them, and they run to the dogs. Once that happens, Madam Speaker, you start looking bad. But that's going to change. There are some good guys on the government side who's going to look into making that change. Madam Speaker, this is something that I have to talk about. I waited till this 11th hour to say something about it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 1999, on May 17th, May 1999, Madam Speaker, a group of us came into this House of Assembly, and we were dubbed Class of 1999. It was the last time that the electorate sent people to the opposition. Nobody gets elected and come over to the opposition. Everybody who gets elected goes into the government. So I tell my friends over there, you can sit over there and look over here and laugh. But I say, you could only get here if you're lucky. Because when you leave over there, you're going home. And you don't come from out there in here. So you gotta be lucky to get in the opposition. But anyhow, that's not the point I'm trying to make. It was the last time an opposition members were elected to the House of Assembly. But myself and another young man, a man much younger than myself, got elected, and we found ourselves on the government side. I was a minister, he was in the back bench. And for all those 24 years since, Madam Speaker, 6 elections we kept coming back to this House. He was senior to me only because of the alphabet. Today, Madam Speaker, is a day that I'm seeing whether it's going to be when the government premier get up and say, we adjourn, sign the die. It's going to be true the letter that you received that member would no longer be a part of this house. And anyone you've been around for 24 years, Madam Speaker, in a little fraternity like this, you have to miss. And I can say this without fear of contradiction, Madam Speaker. That is somebody who would have been in this place for as long as they wanted to. As long as they wanted to, based on their track record. Young as they were, they could have served for another 20 years. But as fate would have it, Madam Speaker, today marks the end of that run. And we'll see what the future holds. With that, Madam Speaker, I would take my seat.
You, Leader of the Opposition, I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A sobering point to begin my contribution, Madam Speaker. The night is fast spent, and certainly, many members spoke about many things that I intended to mention. So, Madam Speaker, I'll try to be very efficient and not try to repeat what all the other members have said. Madam Speaker, firstly, I want to, of course, extend condolences. The Minister for Health and Social Development, member for the 8th District. I'll associate myself with all the condolences and all the persons that he recognized, and also I'll add to that, of course, Ms. Maria Dawson, of course, tourism icon. My condolences to her and all the other persons who have been mentioned, and all other persons who have lost loved ones, of course. I know it's a sad time for you. I want to wish everyone a happy holiday season, as of course we are entering into the festive season, and I want to wish everyone well this season. I want persons to be safe and certainly to conduct themselves responsibly and reach out to family and friends and have a good time this season. While I'm on that, I certainly want to recognize that tomorrow we'll be having a food fair and Fungi Fest, and tomorrow is I guess the last Friday in Culture and Tourism Month, and certainly would like to see persons dress up in their cultural wear. Wear the cultural wear tomorrow, come out to the food fair, Fungi Fest. I want to recognize Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, which is Honorable Alver Maduro Keynes, and her committee that has put together an excellent program for Fungi Fest. And of course, this weekend we also know we have the 10th anniversary of the Lobster Fest, and we know they don't have any place to stay over there, but we want persons to come anyway, find themselves over on the ferry, and some persons have even gotten rented catamarans and gone over to stay. And it should be a wonderful affair. We wish persons in Anegada a very wonderful Lobster Fest. Madam Speaker, I also want to recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development and Agriculture and Fisheries, who is presently attending the OECS Council of Ministers of Trade, along with Miss Lizette George, and they're representing us well. I believe it's in Antigua. Also, Madam Speaker, I just want to, as my colleagues have, just recognize our youth parliamentarians, Mr. Stefan McTavius and Ms. Danielle Hodge, along with the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports, who are presently in Trinidad at the Youth Parliament. They're back now, and we want to welcome them back and congratulate them on a job well done. And I also want to congratulate those who participated in the King and Queen softball tournament in St. Croix. I want to congratulate the men's and the women's team from the BVI who has done very well. They won the championship. They got all the MVP trophies. They hit home runs. They really did a wonderful job, and we're so very proud of them. I want to recognize all those persons as well from Purple Dragon, who went to, I believe, is Trinidad and Tobago as well, and did very well in their grading. I want to congratulate them. I also want to recognize Mr. Demoy Hodge. I saw that Demoy Hodge, he's playing for a new school now, a very talented basketball player. I believe he's playing for Missouri Tigers. And he got Player of the Week for the SEC. Yeah, scored 30 points. I mean, and he did very well when he was at Cleveland State Vikings. But Missouri is an even more high-profile team. There's a team that does very well in the tournament. And for Demoy to be leading that team, he's top scored on that team a number of times. Shows that he's ready for the big time. And we can anticipate that we'll have our first player in the NBA very soon. Yeah, from Save the Seed, yes. You make sure you register that. And if the member for the second was here, he would compete with you there and saying, that's he was right there behind that community center, that basketball court behind that community center in King Gardenby. Yeah. So it just teaches our young people if you can dream and if you can walk towards your dreams, then you can, the whole world can know your name. And certainly we congratulate the young people who are making a name for themselves. Also, the athlete from the basketball player from St. Thomas. For some reason, I'm not recalling her name. She got SEC, plays for South Carolina. She got SEC player of Aliyah Boston. She got SEC player of the week at the same time. So that must have been the first time in history. You have two players from the Virgin Islands get player of the week, male and female, in the same week, which is awesome. I want to congratulate as well the young people who debated during Financial Services Week. We had some young people from H. Laverty Stout Community College, and they debated practitioners from the financial services industry, and they won. And it's the second time in a row that the students at H. Laverty Stout Community College won against the practitioners in the industry. We have the 7 districts' very own Synovia Toussaint. We have Jade Smith, and we also have Delroy Prince, who also got the best speaker. I want to congratulate those young people. I'll try to go through quickly, Madam Speaker. We also have Honorable Fraser said he wanted to know a little bit more about the program that the government has launched that will allow the unemployed persons to cut bush, among other things. It's not just about bush cutting. And I want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, when we speak on these things, we must make it very clear that certainly some of these new requirements which have come down it's created some challenges for the community, and those are not challenges that we as legislators wanted to cause persons. Certainly how we have done bush cutting exercises in the past has come under scrutiny, and it's being seen, even though of course we know we have disagreement within the House of Assembly, it's being seen as fractioning, or what they call contract splitting. And therefore how we contract has come under scrutiny, our procurement processes, etc. But we recognize that we have a problem in our community because there's a certain segment of our population which is unemployed and underemployed. And we know that those bush cutting contracts used to help persons. Sometimes you help persons be able to make ends meet. Persons used to look forward to it because it really provided a little stimulus for the community, and it provided some assistance for persons who are struggling. And I know that some persons, when they look at those type of things, they can only see a negative side to it. Of course, as I've said before, we are always very suspicious of the intentions of legislators, etc. And so we could have only seen the negative of it. But certainly there was many persons who depended on those contracts to be able to improve themselves. But that has gone away now. But we have come with a program where we are trying to solve a problem that we're having. And the problem that we have is unemployment and underemployment. So we've come up with a program called RATED, and the R stands for registration. We want everybody to get, who is unemployed, to get registered. And this would allow us to have more accurate statistics as it pertains to unemployment. And also, once persons are registered, we can direct them into the institutions that will allow them to have services that can help them. So the A stands for apprenticeship, and we'll soon be launching an apprenticeship program where we partner with businesses in the private sector to be able to take on apprentices, give them a little stipend to keep them going, take on apprentices and help them to be able to get some good on-the-job experience. It allows the employers to see them in action, and we're hoping that the employers will, after apprenticeship period, retain them. And that's our goal. And the T stands for training, and we're partnering with the H. Lavity Stoutt Community College to be able to provide training similar to the trainings that we've already done at the H. Lavity Stoutt Community College, such as the Marine Training Program. That has been very successful, has about 100% employability out of that program. You have persons take them from all the different, marine industry companies. And then we had the Solar Technician Training Program. Those persons who did that program also doing very well, and many opportunities for them with all of this different proposed developments and ongoing developments that require solar technician trainings. And the college has some construction programs, and we want to introduce agriculture programs through the college. We want to introduce lots of different programs that will allow persons who have registered for the RATED program, and of course we'll be providing scholarships for these persons to attend these trainings, to be able to upgrade their skills and to get employment. The E stands for employment opportunities, and this is where they'll be able to get temporary employment with the public service. We've already signed up a number of persons through the Public Works Department to have temporary employment opportunities in bush cutting. Beautification, as I like to call it. And they'll also have opportunities to paint curbsides. But you also want to be able to get persons who may want to do data entry, where we have, we may have a backlog of work permits and we need to clear those work permits. We can bring in temporary workers to be able to clear those work permits. And again, if those persons perform well, perhaps when jobs are advertised through the public service, they stand a good opportunity to retain those jobs if they've done well. And the D stands for the developmental opportunities that we want these unemployed persons to have, bring in motivational speakers to speak to them, persons who can, come in and speak about workplace etiquette, about dressing for success, motivating them, public speaking, Toastmasters who may come in and give some tips to them. So that's the rated program, and it's an effort to solve a wider challenge that we have in the territory to help persons. Madam Speaker, I'll move on to yesterday. We saw in 2 deputy commissioners of the police as well with an assistant commissioner. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Deputy Commissioner St. Clair Amory, who has served in the police force for a very long time and has been promoted to Deputy Commissioner. And I also want to congratulate Ms. Jackie Vanterpool, also who has been promoted to Deputy Commissioner, and the police service for the first time has 2 deputy commissioners. They've added another deputy commissioner post where one commissioner essentially deals with operations, another one essentially deals with administration. Just to, of course there are other things, but that's just to simplify it. And then we also have an assistant commissioner as well, and Jackie Vanterpool being a female deputy commissioner. And that would have been the first time we had a female deputy commissioner, which is excellent. And also we have persons who have served on the local persons, and persons who come up through the ranks of the local police force. And I know that succession planning has been at the heart of a lot of our commentary as it pertains to the police service. Certainly we know we have commissioners who have been coming from the United Kingdom in recent years, and we have encouraged them to have succession planning and training so that very soon we hope to have a homegrown police commissioner, one who's come up in the force right here in the Virgin Islands. And we're looking for more persons on the lower levels to get that type of training, so you have a good funnel of persons coming through into the system. Madam Speaker, we also have, I want to recognize the 20th year anniversary of the London office, BVI House in London. And we have to recognize the late, great Ralph O'Neill for establishing that office. And certainly I know at the time when it was established, it was a subject of some great controversy, and of course the class of '99 will know a lot about that, for that was established during that particular term. And certainly we have to find some ways of honoring Ralph O'Neill for the establishment of that building. I went to school in London, and certainly when I went to school there, I had the opportunity to go to the office very soon after it was established. I went to do my PhD in London in 2003, and it was established in 2002. So very soon after it was established, I was able to benefit from it. And certainly it wasn't as popular as it is today, where you have, persons coming up and having lunch with the students, etc. When I was there, it was very early on. But that office has really, you could go there and get some pea soup on a holiday. And that office has been almost like a home away from home sometimes for the students who are far away in London. Madam Speaker, not too many more items to deal with. I want to recognize the fact, Madam Speaker, that on the 29th, we will have the budget address, We mentioned it earlier today, and certainly persons should tune in on Tuesday for the budget address, and certainly there I'll be able to highlight the work program for the government in 2023. Lots of areas that we're focusing on to ensure that we improve the lives of the people of the Virgin Islands. And we'll deal with a lot of issues that persons have brought up here in terms of how we serve the needs of the population. Madam Speaker, I have to recognize the Elmo Stout High School. We're getting ready, the idea is getting ready to hand over those new buildings that were constructed at the Elmo Stout High School, and we just have to recognize, first of all, the good management of the IDA. They've done a good job. I think we have to set a record in terms of the time it's taken to complete a massive project like that. They started somewhere around in April. They were originally slated to finish in September. They had a few delays because of issues with shipping and incident that took place in a port in Jamaica where the paint spilled, and anything that could have gone wrong went wrong. But still, Madam Speaker, finished in record time, and come January, the students will be able to have more comfortable accommodations. And I want to recognize as well, we could always find something that hasn't been done, Madam Speaker, but we just keep pushing towards success. Nobody's going to throw a rain on my parade by telling me something that hasn't been done, okay? The fact of the matter is that those students will have much more comfortable accommodations than they've had in the past. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the contractors. You had a number of contractors on the job. You had Metro, you had Quality, you had Atland, and you had the combination of the Lord and Hamlet and Chesley Stoddard. I forget the name of the Northam and Sunleaf. Oh. And also No Limit did some external works, etc. So I want to congratulate them for the job that they have done. I also want to, thank the principal, the administration, the teachers, the students for their patience, and certainly that you've endured quite a bit. And of course, we're looking forward to you becoming more comfortable in your brand new facilities. And just to say, Madam Speaker, somehow or the other they're trying to push something that we slow. But at the Elmo Stout High School, there was not new buildings constructed there since Lavity Stout was alive. And we were able to deliver that for the people, and we're proud of that accomplishment. Yes, and we paid for it. And we're proud of that accomplishment, what we were able to do for those students. Madam Speaker, just a few more things. We also have, I want to mention the decision by the European Court of Justice. We took note of the decision by the European Court of Justice as it pertains to the registers of beneficial ownership. And we are pleased that the principle that there must be a balance between the transparency needed to fight illicit financial crime and the protection of persons' right to privacy and the protection of their personal data. And certainly we continue to be very proud of the system that we have here, which is the bar system. And the bar system, in my view, is a world leader as it pertains to the responsible handling of personal data, respecting persons' privacy, while being able to provide information to competent authorities in a very timely fashion in order to fight illicit activity. And certainly I think that's something that the world can learn from. So of course we will continue the dialogue globally, but I think that decision was certainly a decision that upholds the correct principles. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak about a comment which was made on the radio not too long ago that a former legislator made. And I want to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we are able to set the record straight. Madam Speaker, I'm sure it was not done willfully. I'm sure that it was an honest mistake. But a former legislator mentioned that my father, Douglas Wheatley, headed a committee that had to report on the cost, obligations, and liabilities of independence, and that the committee did not complete its work. And certainly I feel a responsibility to respond to that, even considering the fact that my father is not in a state due to injury to his brain where he can defend himself. He cannot defend himself, and I feel obligated to set the record straight on his behalf. He did complete the work. He submitted a draft of the report to the then Chief Minister, Dr. D. Orlando Smith. And I have the report right in front of me. I'm looking at it right now. And I'm going to read a bit from it, Madam Speaker, just the letter that was written to Dr. Smith. I'll just skip over a few parts, but just to make the point, Madam Speaker. It says, "Dear Dr. Smith," and it's regarding the report of the Committee on the Costs, Obligations, and Liabilities of Independence. "After many, many months of intensive and grueling work, I have now completed a draft of the report commissioned by the Executive Council, and as Chairman, I hereby forward an advanced copy of the same to you as per your request." I'll just skip over a little bit of that. "From the onset, this exercise became a labor of love, as the members of the committee endeavored, within the scope allowed by the terms of reference, to provide as complete as possible a framework and roadmap for the BVI if the decision were to be taken to work towards independence. In that respect, it is to be regarded as a work in progress, a dynamic work which would be periodically updated and fine-tuned as necessary. The document, complete with an elaborate appendices section, has thus become inter alia a repository of information of certain aspects of the international political system, as well as the BVI itself. In the case of the latter, a fair amount of information is provided in aiding a proper understanding of the total concept of governance in an overseas territory. This was also done to show how far along the task of nation building had already progressed and what other critical measures were still required to be undertaken in the never-ending process of nation building. The document then, in due course, will be a very useful and helpful aid in providing the policymakers, legislators, and the general public with valuable insights into the various implications of independence. This will occur after the Executive Council has reviewed it and after it has been laid on the table of the Legislative Council and becomes a public document. In keeping with the express wishes of the Constitutional Commissioners, it is hoped that as an invaluable resource document, it will find its way to the shelves of the public libraries, as well as those of the community libraries, the various schools, and the community college. There's an observation which I should like to share. I have gathered that of the three aspects of the study, a great many persons seem to be much more interested in the costing aspect of the exercise. But it is necessary to point out that an analysis of the obligations and liabilities is of equal, if not greater, importance. Obligations and liabilities are in fact legal concepts and therefore fall really within the purview of lawyers. That notwithstanding, it was necessary to wrestle with the various concepts because it is important to point the territory in the right direction with regards to those two subjects. And I hope that the lawyers on the committee will duly examine, scrutinize, and suggest improvements as necessary. I have a couple of regrets. The study took longer than the time originally allocated to it, and for that I do apologize and thank everyone concerned for the patience and understanding they displayed, although I would hasten to add that if one were to be expected to do justice to the subject matter, it would have been impossible to complete it within the prescribed time. I believe that we have in fact succeeded in doing justice to the study, and I hope that all the stakeholders will be duly satisfied with the finished product. I regret also that Mr. Wallace Shinnery of Jost Van Dyke, who was appointed a member of the committee, could not be here to see the progress and in time the completed work. Despite his failing health, he endeavored, with the able assistance of his wife, Mrs. Estella Shinnery, to attend all meetings and very nearly scored a 100% attendance record before he passed away in a drowning accident in March 2002. However, I wish to record here my thanks for his very valuable contribution to the exercise. I also wish to record my sincere and profound appreciation to the other members of the committee, the resource persons, and the secretary coordinator for the part they played individually and collectively in carrying out the study and in bringing the project to a successful conclusion. In addition to the copy which I'm forwarding to your good self, I'm also taking the liberty of submitting two other advanced copies, one for His Excellency the Governor, and the other for the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, under whose aegis as Chief Minister the study was authorized. I particularly wish to record here my deep and profound appreciation to him for the confidence which he placed in me, and hope that he will be satisfied with the product. Yours respectfully, Douglas D. Wheatley. And hopefully, Madam Speaker, that will clear up any lack of clarity or any misinformation which has been promoted in public forums. Madam Speaker, lastly, well, maybe second to lastly. Yes, I want to make mention of the member for the 1st District, who today has communicated by letter that he will be retiring from this House. And certainly at the end of this session, his seat would have been vacated. And Madam Speaker, of course we know the circumstances surrounding, I'm not sure if to say the now former member, but as of today. But just to say, Madam Speaker, that I appreciated the leader of the opposition saying some words there. Because after it would be about 23 years, he wouldn't necessarily be able to complete the 24th year. Serving in the House of Assembly, something deserves to be said. And for many persons, it is a sad ending to someone who served on the people of the 1st District for over 20 years. And Madam Speaker, I try myself to always stay humble, to be a humble person and to treat everyone well. Because really, you never know where you'll be tomorrow. You could be on top today, and you don't know where you'll be tomorrow. So stay humble, wish everyone well. When you see someone stumble and fall, do not take pleasure in their fall. If you can, extend a helping hand. When someone stumbles, encourage them to get back up and keep going again. And certainly, Madam Speaker, his mother, Miss Iris, remains in my prayers. His wife, Sheila, remains in my prayers. 2 lovely daughters that he has remain in my prayers. And the people in the 1st District remain in my prayers, because in 23 years, Madam Speaker, and to make it back, and Honorable Fraser certainly can identify with this, to be able to be re-elected once, I know, even from the standpoint where I am, has to be very, very difficult. It's difficult. It's not an easy task to be a legislator, to be a minister, to be a backbencher or opposition, whatever it is. It cannot be an easy task to be re-elected even once. But to be re-elected, how many times was it? 6 times? It would not be possible, Madam Speaker, without helping many, many persons and touching many persons' lives. It would not be possible. So, and I know there are persons in the 1st District who must be feeling quite sad at the moment. But I would say, be of good courage, because one thing I can say for sure, Madam Speaker, is that the Virgin Islands is bigger than any one person. It's bigger than you, and it's bigger than me. And we all have a duty to make sure that we carry on building this beautiful country that we're building here. We all have our opportunity, and I certainly express gratitude to the member for the 1st District for giving me the opportunity, for partnering with me, for taking the opportunity to teach me what he knew, and to encourage me to be in the position where I am today. I'm certainly grateful for everything that he did for me. I would never express a lack of gratitude despite the circumstances he finds himself in now. And certainly, I feel a great sense of responsibility to ensure that we continue building this country, given the fact that we have an opportunity right now and we don't know when we'll have another opportunity. You know, we don't know what tomorrow will bring. So we use every opportunity we have. We'll cherish those opportunities to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. And I just want to end off by saying I recognize the people of the 7th District. I acknowledge them. I thank them for the opportunity to be able to serve in this capacity. I thank them for the opportunity that they have given me to be able to give my ideas and give my energy towards building a better 7th District. And certainly I look forward to the opportunity to come to the people of the 7th District and certainly make a case to them to continue representing them, because it's something that I really love to do. And we can see that despite the very difficult circumstances we've gone through, really since 2017 straight up until now, with hurricanes, with pandemics, with COIs, with all types of different challenges that we've had, that we are resilient people and we still have the opportunity to be able to, create a brighter and a better future for ourselves, which we are certainly working towards. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I certainly recognize you, Madam Speaker. It's just about 11 o'clock, and you've been a real trooper, as well as our clerk, deputy clerk, our sergeant of arms, and all of the persons who are supporting through the technical persons who are here. And I'm grateful for everybody who are able to accommodate us here at the Financial Services Commission conference room, given the fact that Save the Seed was not available. And we look forward to next year when we'll be back in our home at the House of Assembly right there in the Lower Estate area. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. And again, I wish everyone in the Virgin Islands a very, very pleasant, safe holiday season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I now call on the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House until Tuesday, the 29th of November, where we will have the budget address.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the adjournment of the House. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The motion has been passed. The House will be adjourned until the 29th of November 2022.